The Lost Cryptids Conservatory, where we will shatter your reality to bring you closer to the truth.
Hey guys, welcome back to another live show. Hope everyone had a good Thanksgiving and enjoys this show. So, going through some videos and stuff, and very happy to with some of the evidence that we got from the UP. That's going to be released here in a couple months once the documentary drops. Jason Kenzie's drop of searching for Sasquatch. So. It's going to be great. It's a great piece of footage of evidence that we got of our encounter, and so I'm so honored and glad that we shared that together because it's pretty good. So anyways, looking at that piece of footage, and got me thinking about how close they really can get to people. And so it's just amazing how close they can get and how silent they can be. I mean, these creatures were, 20 yards or so and completely moving around us, and I didn't hear nothing. So, but we're going to have an open mic kind of a show tonight. We'll get in here, get to that in a little bit. But yeah, so it's pretty wonderful, actually. So you guys will see that here in a couple months. We got some other evidence and stuff that we're waiting for that to drop because it was a cooperation between our researchers, between the Lost Cryptids Conservatory and Jason Kenzie, a animal photojournalist, and Robert Kreider and stuff. With all the equipment he brought, and we definitely got some good evidence of some eye shine and stuff that we heard at camp, and howls and whoops and very close encounters that was filmed. And so you guys will be able to see that here in a couple months. Looks great, 4K footage at night, and it's interesting and stuff. So I think you guys are gonna like that. And that was back in late July. And it's just unbelievable how close they can get out there in the woods. I know I've had a number of experiences over the years, and that one kind of really shook me to the core, and it still does every time I go back and listen to the evidence. And it's just amazing. And you got to be careful out there because at any time There was multiple ones around us at any time. I mean, at a moment's notice, being that close. I mean, if you can compare it to a bear and bear speed of reaction, it'd be on you like that, and you would not be able to react at all. Um, so yeah, it was pretty amazing, pretty intimidating actually, because um, and we've told this encounter and stuff before, but the footage is awesome because you can see, our facial expressions and stuff, and especially when Jason sees the one crawling. I mean, you see his face his face doesn't lie. So it's a wonderful piece of evidence, and also the interesting stuff that was caught. So I'm not going to go into detail about that, but the whole encounter was filmed and stuff, and me and him did actually see eye shine behind the tree, one of them, and then two of them. One was a lot taller than the other ones, closer to the ground. We observed them, and they kept tree peeking basically, and then we walked up to them and could hear crunching and stuff around us on both sides. At one point, we go back and we keep hearing them, and he turns and sees one crawl across the trail, and it's awesome. And there's some other evidence that's just happening all at once, so it's very interesting. So me and him got very lucky on that actually, because it's very interesting. I actually asked them, to show themselves and stuff, and for us to see them, and it kind of did and stuff, and so we now wanted to press our luck. I definitely try to make them. We followed back to camp, and then that's when other people started hearing them and seeing them on thermal. A piece of equipment that did not record, unfortunately, but it was interesting, very interesting. They actually showed themselves to us, and because at first, when we were first walking, we were investigating some tree snaps, and then we were turning around and we were walking a couple paces, and they stomped, made a commotion. We turned around, and I pointed my gun in the direction, and then instantaneously, we heard some scattering, and I kind of felt, maybe, it was possibly Sasquatch stuff, and I put my gun on my shoulder, and then the video starts, and then we actually start seeing them observing, tree peeking, eye shine, and with the colored light was a regular white light headlamp that was not that bright, but they were shining whitish, maybe blue, but whitish type of light. And on our camera, it's not a colored one, so it's the style of whitish. Everything's kind of white tinted. So, but it's awesome. So you guys actually can see pretty much our full encounter as it happens, and you can hear us reacting and see how close these things actually can get without us hearing them. Surprisingly close, dangerously close, actually, at nighttime. So it's going to be awesome. He's going to drop his documentary. It's going to be Searching for Sasquatch, Jason Kenzie. You can find him on YouTube, and he's on a few streaming sites for his documentaries. This will be the third one. There will be 2 parts. So shout out to him. We've done some shows. If you go back to the most recent one with him, we go through our encounter actually, and just pretty amazing. It was a climax of everything that happened on that particular expedition with a number of independent researchers from the Sea Squatchers and Robert Carter and stuff, like I said. it was a wonderful experience. Um, Anyways, we're gonna get some whoever wants to come on. I guess it doesn't matter, as long as you just gotta kind of behave yourselves, no swearing and stuff, and uh, yeah, that's about it. Don't make me mad, or I'll kick you out. So it doesn't matter. So just fair fair warning. So I'm not gonna tolerate certain stuff. So we'll see how it goes. Actually, I'll be right back for about 2 minutes. Stay tuned. All right, so links in the chat. So we'll get some people on here if they want to join. We talk about encounters or some evidence or any other thing about cryptids or cool ancient mysteries or whatever, like I said, just be a kind and courteous and respectful to anyone who joins. On this account, I can't have as many. If I would have done it on my phone, I could have had up to like 10 or whatever. So, but Sasquatches. You would be surprised how close Sasquatches are to high density of human populations in each county of each state, actually, because there's a lot of wilderness of America itself. Michigan itself is over 50% forested, and many other states are actually heavily forested and pretty rugged, especially the Midwest towards the west, and of course all the way to the West Coast is pretty gnarly terrain, and even in the desert, all the way to New Mexico and even to the Mexican mountains. And there's reports of Sasquatches, and of course researchers are doing excellent work that shows that. So the species of Sasquatch seem to be heavily populated and spread out all across North America and South America, because there seems to be reports, but North America has a high population. So because there's a lot of people who are experiencing this stuff and reporting, and you can find reports that go back for the last 200 years, 300 years, and farther with North American Native Americans about these creatures. So the reports show a variety of different things that they do and type of habits, and some seem curious, and some seem pretty intimidating, bad. They attack dogs and livestock animals and deer, and how they take down animals seems to be pretty brutal and stuff. Popping of heads and dislocating spines, ripping and breaking of legs. So, hey, what's up, James?
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Didn't expect me to join, did you?
No, I'm glad. No, I put it in the chat. Someone else can join and stuff. We can talk. But you were up there in the expedition up in the UP, and we walked the same areas and stuff. We were out there whole week, and we experienced some stuff. What do you remember about the Bigfoot portion of stuff, and especially at the second camp?
Which second camp are you talking about? Are you talking about the one in the woods? Okay.
Yeah, the one that deep in the woods. Yeah.
Well, I was only out there for one night, I'm pretty sure, because I didn't stay out there with you guys. And I think everyone went off on their own ways to go investigate the area, while 3 of us stayed back at base camp, and we were just monitoring it. And I was on the Robert Kreider's device, and I was just listening to everything pretty much. And I could hear things walking in the swamp and talking back in there, while you guys weren't even there.
Yeah, in the swamp area by camp, and then there was talking. I'd heard, and some stuff recorded. It seems like it's pretty hard to tell because it's kind of far away and it's not very loud.
Oh,
But
you got it?
some stuff, but it's not really good enough. Anyways, it's not.
That sucks.
Yeah. Well, it's so far away, and it's not. It wasn't like those howls and stuff that we were hearing at the nighttime, that particular night. And but it is interesting that some of the people did hear stuff during the day at camp and at nighttime. There was it seems like one individual walked up and it was seen on the camera. It was caught on camera with one eye that slowly opens up and then watches and then slowly closes, and then and people at camp seen it visibly with their own eyes at certain points, and it was very interesting. So, all right, so we got Furlong the rabbit. Now, when you come on.
Hello.
Go on.
Hello.
Oh, I wanted to ask a question. Where are you guys based out of?
We were in Michigan.
Funny you say that. I just wrote it.
Oh,
Yeah, Lower Michigan. Yeah, but we research all over the state.
so like kind of like the Detroit area, you'd say?
No, but we've had members that have been there, and
Define Detroit area.
I don't know, like kind of like outside the city limits, like south of Flint, like near Lake Huron, around there.
there's lots of reports out there, for sure.
I've gone there before. We found a couple like tree structures in the area, but nothing like definitive.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, like
If you're talking about like the metro parks,
because like so you guys have met up and done this then, eh?
yes, not.
What do you mean?
With other peoples of our group and the community as well. I have gone out and went to other places. I don't always go with blank places. Is that what you're trying to say?
Have you ever gone solo?
That's actually what I did a lot before I joined the group.
Yeah, we Michigan is heavily populated with Sasquatch. I mean, they're pretty much everywhere in between the thumb all the way down towards Detroit, and then across to Canada. Actually, there's a whole host of reports and historical reports all through that area.
Yeah, that's interesting that you guys are from Michigan, man. Like I'm right across the lake from you guys.
Yeah, are you the Ontario guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been like all over, man, fucking, and I found some bizarre stuff in the woods, and it's sketchy. It's sketchy looking back on some of the stuff I compiled.
Yeah, are you across from Detroit on that side
From
of
Belle
Canada?
Isle area.
No, I'm up near north of Toronto.
Okay.
You pulling up a map?
Well, like look for link. I'm in between. I'm like right in between Lake Simcoe and the lake shore.
Yeah, see all that stretch of land going north and stuff. It's all farmland and country pretty much. There is reports through there, especially historical reports actually.
Well, like my whole thing was, back in high school, I would say that I thought that the whole Bigfoot thing was really ridiculous. Like I didn't believe in it at all. Like I thought it was just dumb, right? And it was like in 2000. Like I'm not sure how old you guys are, but like I was like turning 17 back in 2006, right? And
I just turned 22.
okay, yeah. Like I think you guys are a bit younger than me, but
No, it's the same age. Yeah,
We're the few of us are in our 20s and 30s. So
I'm 31 right now, so
Yeah, I'm 32. So yeah, okay, so we're all
Yep.
roughly the same age.
Cool.
Yeah, so like I thought it was all ridiculous, man. Like so I was 17 and like I know it might sound bad like to say this, but yeah, like me and about 6 or 7 buddies were drinking in the middle of the woods, kind of like in a valley, like connected through to swampland.
Mhm.
And the swampland like goes all the way. It goes from Lake Simcoe all the way down to Lake Ontario, and there's like huge stretches, like for miles, of just endless swamps that run through down to Lake Ontario. And you know, we're camping, and the whole thing was it was like 3 o'clock at night. About half of the people that I was with were like passed out at this point, and I get up. Now I have no idea about any of this stuff, right? Like any kind of Bigfoot lore or like ways to attract. Like I don't know any of this stuff. I just think it's like I know about the Patterson Gimlin footage, right? And that's about it. So I go over, like the fire's dying down, and I go to get some wood, and I take 2 logs and I smack them together to get the wet leaves off the logs, and it makes like a loud cracking noise throughout the valley, like, and we're by like a pond, and it just echoes through the entire valley, and I hear this. The 3 of us that are still awake hear something huge screaming from directly behind us into the swamp, and it sounded like terrifying, man. So, being drunk, I take the 2 logs and I smack them together again to create the same sound. And this time, it doesn't like sound the same. This time, it sounds like pissed, right? And we like stay up like almost till daybreak, man, because it was so sketchy what we heard. Like it literally sounded like something with like the body of a horse, maybe from about 200 odd feet behind us into the swamp. And yeah, man, we eventually are able to pass out, but like my one buddy who's sleeping at the time, he wakes up in the same tent I'm in, and he's like, "Oh man, like I'm getting up, I'm gonna take a piss." And he goes outside the tent. He's outside the tent for like maybe 30 seconds, and literally, I've never seen this guy do this before. He runs back into the tent, curls up in a ball, and says, "There's something in the fucking woods." And he said, and I'm like, "What the hell is it, man? Like, what is it, dude?" And he just says, "It's a giant gorilla." And I'm like, "No way, dude! You're tripping out or something, man." And bro, I totally forgot about all this for like about 3 or 4 years until about like 2011 or 10 or something like that. And I go on YouTube and I just look up. I'm like, "Hey, maybe he did see a gorilla, bro." And I check out like Bigfoot noises, and the first video or the second video I clicked was literally exactly what we heard that night. Like, and it's called the Ohio Owl.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, and you know that area, like you said, is all swampy and stuff. It's right up against all these lakes, and there's a
Yeah,
lot of food,
I looked it out. I checked it up
a lot
on
of
Google
rugged
Maps.
area. Yeah, people aren't going really through that deep swamp, especially right towards the lake edge. Uh, and historically, there's reports of them swimming across from Michigan towards Canada and using the rivers and
Oh,
but
bro,
if you go
I
east
think,
from there,
dude,
it's all
yeah, man.
farmland and stuff outside the cities. So they traverse those landscapes too in between your guys' houses. You know, if you go on a country ride and you look at how spaced out your houses are, the plots of the field and the woods at nighttime, you know, like when you experience that stuff, prime time, they're traversing your guys' landscape and they can
Well,
have the
if you
potential for everywhere.
well, if you see the map there, like it's basically like a tiny little hamlet village called Roseville, and it's right outside of Uxbridge. Um,
You don't have to tell us the exact spot. It's fine.
No, I'm nowhere near the place, so it doesn't matter.
Have you gone back there though before?
Oh, bro, I would never go back into those woods,
okay.
man. To hell with that, bro. There's no way, man. I've gotten like weird, like I would get like I swear that entire area is like cursed.
Well, I found our next area to do when we go to Canada.
Oh, bro.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad of a trip, actually. You just have to
Ontario's not. I mean, Toronto's not that far.
No,
For me,
it's
at least.
it's really not that far. Like it's just the main highway heading out of Michigan.
Yeah, there's several spots like that, and that's awesome that you shared that because, I mean, have you ever shared that, to like your family and stuff? What did they think about that? Your other friends?
Oh yeah,
what you guys chalk it up to in the end?
Well, like in the end, like kind of like we just all like accepted that there was some weird animal in the woods. My one buddy is convinced that he saw a giant gorilla. That's what he's not into, like paranormal anything, right? But he's convinced, bro, that he saw a giant gorilla when he woke up. And this is the thing, is he wasn't even awake when when the three of us heard what we heard. And dude, I totally forgot about it, man. But like, I've been back there, dude, and it's I swear, like the place is cursed, man. Like I've heard some other weird stuff in that area. Like I got footage of footprints that I was able to. I didn't go back down into this area for about a day and a half, 2 days, and luckily it didn't snow again. But I've gotten footage of something else, man. Like it wasn't Bigfoot, man. And it's sketchy stuff, man. I would never spend a night in the woods there alone, or even maybe with a couple people.
Do you think it was maybe another cryptid like a dogman?
Oh, I'm absolutely positive it was what like my ancestors used to call the Wendigo.
Oh, I hate that.
Bro, I know it sounds crazy, but I'm convinced.
Well, I'm not saying you're crazy. I don't want to think about that,
Well, like I really researched into the lore of like all this stuff, like especially when it comes to like Wendigo and like the spirit of that energy, that entity, right? And I have, in my mind, I have definitive proof that these things are real. The proof that I have, like I know these things are real.
Yeah, same.
I mean, it does come from
going
Canada,
out there,
so
experiencing things firsthand is the best way.
Well, that's my entire philosophy of people. When it comes to anything paranormal, really, unless you are to have your own experience, this stuff is always going to just seem like it's just crazy people's stories. You really need to experience something like this for yourself to understand. And I'm not even saying like I trust like everybody's stories. Like I when I hear a lot of people tell their, say, UFO, Bigfoot stories or whatever, I really put it through a filter. Like I don't trust anybody offhand, but when you hear somebody else tell their story and you've had your own experience that's bizarre, like unexplainable, it's like there's a possibility, man, some of this stuff's true.
Yeah, firsthand experiences and really experiencing something incredible is what everyone needs, because that's what really shakes you sometimes to the core, and some people can't really handle it. So it is an interesting place. I know James was looking at it. I was looking at it too, and again, in this part of North America, the population seems to be very high. You have a sighting you had right there. Just across all the lakes. There's sightings, and we know from New York and these other states, they're all around. So exactly what is the population, I'm not sure, but it's very high. So So when your friend seen it, how close exactly was it?
We were like in a bit of a clearing right beside a big pond, and so the swamp tree line, like it's kind of like a cedar swamp, so like really stunted like cedar trees, but like not overly stunted, so they would only grow maybe to be about 25-30 feet tall. I would say our tent was no more than 25-30 feet from the tree line.
Yeah, because he said he looked like a gorilla. Must have got a pretty good look at it, obviously, if you could describe it that well.
He says that basically the thing just had its arm on a tree, and it was just kind of watching our tents. Like I think we had about 2 or 3 tents set up there by the pond, and he just says that he saw this thing with its arm leaning onto a tree or onto a branch, I think he said, and yeah, man, we got the hell out of there as fast as we could, bro.
How long ago was this?
This was in the spring, because it was like my birthday, so it was the spring of 2000 and late spring, early summer of 2006.
Oh, that long ago? Oh, I thought we were talking recent here.
Yeah, that was
Oh,
really
no.
interesting year.
Oh no, dude! Like that's the thing. Like this is what kind of woke me up into Bigfoot. But oh man, I got stories that are way more recent than that, dude.
All right, well, but hold on before you do that. Where were you saying it happened again? Not like specifics, but like was it like a specific lake it was around?
Okay, so south of Lake Simcoe, there's a bunch of different
I was looking at Lake Simcoe. I wasn't sure if that's what you were talking about or not.
South of Lake Simcoe, there's a bunch of different swamps that lead south, heading towards Lake Ontario.
Okay.
And basically, there's a bunch of I used to live in one of the small hamlets, like around Uxbridge, which is kind of like the main town of the area. And it was near Goodwood. It would be the closest.
All right. I'll take a look here. I just
Awesome.
wasn't sure where I was looking exactly, so I was just looking around Lake Simcoe, and it looked a little suburban. I mean, urban.
Oh, it's all farmland around the area, but the thing that about the area is it's connected through swamps. The entire region's connected through swamps, basically, where nobody lives. Like these places are absolutely vacant of people. There are a lot of farms, but a lot of them are controlled by like farm consortiums, so there's not even active people farming or living on the land where the farms are.
All right. Yeah. What were you about to talk about? Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, that's
about
just,
other encounters. Yeah.
That's just how I woke up to it all, man. Like 2010, when I was like, oh my god, like bro, what if I really did hear like a Bigfoot in the woods, man? Because that video, the Ohio Howl, sounds exactly what I heard, man.
I mean, they are out there, and they are reported, and they're reported in a lot of places, and there's a lot of data to show that actually. It's actually more out there than people think. Michigan itself has over 1,700 reports.
Really? Wow.
And and not many people know that. Also, it has I think it's about the second oldest report in North America, or at least America. For
it wouldn't surprise me, man.
No, they're reported everywhere. It seems like there's a healthy population, and they're actually cohabitating with modern human societies with our routine.
I heard in the 1800s, I think it was like a couple decades in the 1800s, like the 1850s or 60s, that Michigan was actually the main place where logging was being done in the United States.
Yep.
So that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me at all about Michigan, man. Like you'd think California.
And the rest of it is farmland. Once you get out of the big cities, it's farmland with trees and woods, and then the more north you go, the more forested it gets. And the UP is very forested, and you can take that all the way to Canada and across the
Oh,
lakes. And it's not that hard for these creatures to traverse at nighttime and really travel, because Michigan, I mean, you're no more than 4 miles from any kind of water source. Lakes, rivers, ponds,
oh yeah, exactly.
and the Great Lakes. You're only 200 something miles, or about 200 miles.
Well, the thing
So
I've
it's
been
not
able to,
that far, not that hard. In a couple of days, a week, two. I mean, they're a lot
yeah,
more.
yeah,
I
dude.
mean,
Like
it's
the thing that
crazy.
I've been able, man, the thing I've been able to like come to the conclusion of when it comes to Bigfoot is like we're dealing with like a hyper intelligent like upright walking hominid. It's an offshoot of who knows what species of hominid, but it's extremely intelligent, almost human level intelligence. And for an animal or a creature being like this, it wouldn't be too difficult to avoid population centers, move at night, cross roadways. Yeah, I'm sure
Exactly.
that I'm sure these things are real, man. There's no doubt in my mind.
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind. I know they're real. I've I know that I've had close encounters. I mean, James had some pretty close encounters. I I would say they're real, right, James? I mean, you keep going back out there for something.
I I need a daytime experience for sure, but I'm up there, 70% sure.
Dude, I
Something's
know
going on, right? And there's
it's
other stuff
always
out there too. I mean, let's not forget. I've seen a dog man, or I've seen a wolf stand up and run like a human. So
really. Oh my god,
does
bro,
that
when that
qualify like a
happened.
dog man?
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Basically, it crossed the road on all fours, right? And I thought it was a coyote, because that's what is down here, right? We don't have wolves. Uh, in the middle of the road, I just realized it was massive, and it was a wolf. I couldn't believe it. And then it was running in the field and stood up and continued to run like a person. My girlfriend was in the car, and we both witnessed this, and it was very, very odd. So what was it? I don't know. Dog man, I know.
Dude, back when I was like a teenager, right? Like I'm with like my brother and sister and we're in the woods. And this is happening by really close to the area where I heard this Bigfoot, right? And we're just out there in the woods checking out our weed plants, right? I think we were like watering the weed plants or something like that, and just talking. And all I hear is like a stick break from like 10 feet away. And what do you know? Two timber wolves walk right by us at like a distance of maybe like 6, 7 feet. Because we were all like together looking at a weed plant. We turn around after we hear the stick break, and we see two timber wolves just walk right by us, like they kind of like trotted by us. Didn't look at us, didn't like growl or do anything. They just kind of showed that they were there, watching us, basically, right? Weren't coyotes though, man. I can tell a coyote and a timber wolf. But coyotes are little things, man. But
I
it
mean,
was
the
scary.
thing I saw was big. It was huge. I mean, I've been looking at timber wolves. I've seen them in zoos and stuff, and yeah, man, it was the biggest wolf I've ever seen. Or dog, compared to German shepherds. I've had the German shepherds. I've seen
But
Great
they
Danes. And
don't stand on two legs.
no,
That's
I
the
mean,
problem. If it never did that, you'd probably just thought it was a big wolf or something like that.
yeah, and that would have been pretty cool. To see down in Lower Michigan, actually, but yeah, my girlfriend seen it. She was, I mean, it was just shocking. It was in the environment that it was in too. So there's other things out here, right up in people's backyards, especially near the countryside. Outside the cities, it's just a mile or two, or it's not that far. Especially if they're more rural. Honestly, there's Sasquatch roaming through that place all the time, and at nighttime, and
Oh yeah, for sure, dude.
um,
Where do you guys stand on the whole ethereal aspect of the paranormal? Like, a lot of people deal in pure physical realms and realities. Where do you guys stand on like the idea that a lot of these paranormal beings, creatures, entities can phase in and out of this reality?
Well, you want to go first, James?
No, you go first. I'm
Um,
not really understanding the question, so let me see your answer first.
yeah, as it's reported, all this paranormal aspects of Bigfoot, but of other stuff, right? If it's all connected, that would probably be terrifying in a way. But there's a lot of stuff we just don't know about the Earth itself, about our natural world of natural animals, and we don't even have the underground sea floor explored fully, and we've never really been up to the South America and into the Antarctics as much. This world is really unexplored still. You'd be surprised, but a lot of areas are still not
Well,
fully mapped out, not really
it's
gone
mostly
to.
because there's risks going there, and people
And then a
don't
lot of
want
people
to
stay on
take
trails,
those.
and there's a lot of missing people that just go missing off trails, or going missing off walking off a trail. But let alone actually dozens and dozens of miles or hundreds of miles in some places in Canada where there's very little stuff, but cabins that people go hunting and stuff that are used, seasonally.
Yeah, most actually of
Whatever, a lot of stuff actually. And if you
mo-
go underground with all the river systems, Canada has a lot of caves. Uh, that's a big environment habitat that could potentially shelter a lot
And
of different.
a lot
yeah,
of forests that have never been like fully gone through. I'm
well,
pretty sure Canada
most of
has
the
a bunch of
land,
caves.
like I think it's 95% of the land of the land in Ontario. I'm not sure exactly the numbers outside of Ontario, but I'm guessing it's a large percentage as well. But 95% of the land in Ontario is a crown estate. So basically, that's like the Queen's land, or it's what we call crown land in Canada. So that's kind of like, I guess you could. It's kind of like BLM land or Forestry Service land, kind of in the states, but it's owned by the crown, basically.
Right.
Does that mean like normal people can go there or no?
Well, normal people can go there, but you can't buy the land. So if you look at a map of Canada and you see just endless expanses of green, that's because that's owned by the crown. Um, so you can go there, you can camp there, you can stay in any one location for, I think it's 21 days, but then you need to leave the location you're at after 21 days and move about, I think it's 200 meters, so about 500 feet from where you were previously camping. You could technically live year round on crown land, but you can't establish a permanent dwelling on crown land. But if you could move like a big tent or something every 21 days, you could perpetually just live in the woods. And there's nothing they could do, like any kind of forestry service officer could do about it. MNR, forestry agent. There's nothing they could do about it. So yeah, it's just wilderness, man.
Yeah, yeah. You guys have the Algonquin Park, State Park, or whatever your National Wildlife Park up there. That's a huge expanse of wildlife. It has a plethora of animals, and it's pretty hardcore stuff. I know Les Stroud did some stuff in there, and it's pretty hardcore stuff. So that place is probably run full of them. But Canada is very awesome. There's a lot of expanse, especially as you get towards Alaska with the Northwest Territories, and that place is pretty rugged. And you got to think, if there's a lot of population here in Michigan, where there's all this dense population of 9 million people, up in these places in Canada where there's no one. I mean, who knows what kind of population is up there, honestly, because you have all that land mass and less people. And from my experience here, uh, with a heavy population, it is just this idea that there's like a couple thousand is ridiculous, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know if you can show World Bigfoot Radio's post to everybody, but he put a good point.
Right here.
Yeah, that one.
Yep, Canada is the second largest country on Earth. That is 1/10 the population of the U.S. 90% of residents are within 200 miles of the U.S. border and coast. Which exactly. And then
yeah,
that's,
it
3
gets a
million
lot more.
covering all the rest.
Yeah, it gets a lot more
3
crazy
million
than
covering
that.
all the rest, and we have it's pretty.
Well, something also like that's kind of like a simplification, basically. Like, if you really want to get down to it, 2/3 of the entire population of Canada, so the vast majority of us live between Windsor, Ontario, and Quebec City. So 2/3 of us live between Windsor and Quebec City. So, yeah, it's vacant. It's vacant, and 15 million of the 35 odd million Canadians live between Windsor and Ottawa in southern Ontario.
Yeah, you guys have a lot of missing people up there too.
Oh God, I can only imagine, dude.
There is a lot of missing 411 stuff. There's a vast majority of missing people in Canada and in Michigan and across these Great Lakes, and especially northeastern Quebec and stuff, and towards Maine and all that. There's a lot of missing people and very odd cases of UFOs and stuff, actually. And there's a lot of UFOs reported all across America, and at the same time, it's very interesting that you have different stuff happening at the same time. It might not be related, but there's something going on. And when you talk about all this paranormal aspect of stuff, you talk about ghosts and stuff and all this.
Yeah,
and all that.
Going back to that paranormal question, what were you asking?
Yeah.
Oh, he's muted.
Oh, sorry about that. Jeez. Basically, what I was trying to get a gist of from you guys is if you believe in any way that there's a possibility that some of this stuff is paranormal, that it's not like when it comes to Bigfoot, like I'm wholeheartedly in the camp that Bigfoot is a real being that lives alongside
like flesh
us.
and blood.
Yeah, flesh and blood for sure. Like it's a real creature that's alive as we are. But when it comes to like the paranormal aspect of things, like I truthfully believe that there's a lot more to this than I think a lot of the Bigfoot community, the paranormal community, is willing to recognize or at least accept. You know what I mean?
Yeah. See, I started off as believing in flesh and blood, but then, I've seen some reports of like some weird circumstances in encounters, and some of these encounters are like from people that are pretty well renowned in the Bigfoot area. So I think there's a chance that some of it can be paranormal or even extraterrestrial things could happen with Bigfoot.
Bro, I got proof. I got proof that these paranormal entities basically are real, and they can physically form themselves out of wherever the hell they're from into this reality. And I think that is the explanation for all things paranormal when it comes to leprechauns, dogman, Wendigo, fairies, like you name it.
What kind of proof do you got then?
Well, okay. I have video proof of manifestation. So basically, I'll tell you the story. Okay, so I'm going outside for a smoke, right? And this was probably, I think this was 2018, and it's middle of
more recent.
Yeah, so it's middle of February, freezing outside, and I'm just, but like I don't like smoking inside, so I want to go outside and have a cigarette, and I'm just standing out there, and I hear down in a valley what sounds like a gigantic owl. Now, if you know what owls sound like, you can tell like sizes, you can tell distances. What I heard like sounded like an owl, but there's no way in hell this was an owl, man. Like, it had like reverberation like to the volume of this thing. It sounded like if you were to park a car like 200 feet from you down in a riverbank, go up and stand up on a hillside and literally blast like a stereo. Like there was reverberation in the entire like a tree line, like as loud as this thing was. And so it just sounds like a typical owl, but gigantic. And I'm like, what in the fuck is this? Like, it's the sketchiest thing I've ever heard. Sketchier than the Ohio Howl even. And I'm like, okay. I respond back to it, just hooting like an owl in response back to the thing. And it goes quiet. And then 20, 30 seconds later, up in a tree line underneath a bunch of oak and maple trees, I hear what sounds like the best I could describe it is like a screeching deer mixed with a woman. Like a woman literally like screaming like bloody murder. But there's nothing else like the sound. Like I've never heard anything like this in the wild before, and I've lived in the woods my entire life. So it was terrifying because like it moves so quickly from the valley bottom up into the tree line. So from being like down in a valley, it was up the hill like maybe about 150 feet from me. So I run inside, man, lock the doors, and it took me 2 days to go down to this location where I heard this sound. But the thing is I found the footprints underneath the oak trees, and I followed them. And luckily, it didn't snow again in these 2 days. I followed the footpath down to the valley bottom. In this giant clearing, and now nobody had been down there for a week, so there's no footprints anywhere. The place I track the footprints to is to the middle of the clearing in the valley bottom, and literally the footprints appear out of nowhere. They didn't walk onto the clearing in the middle of the snow. The footprints literally started in the center of the valley, walked up the hill to the oak tree, and at the oak tree is where they vanished. So literally the thing was only in existence from the center of the valley to the oak tree and nowhere else. So this thing appeared and disappeared out of thin air.
And did you record something of that, or like?
I recorded what the footprints were, what the tracks were. And they were giant deer prints. Like, I'm not even joking. I'm talking about deer prints that are the size of a bull. If you hunt or you are familiar with white-tailed deer, which is the typical deer like everywhere, you know that a deer's print is about like it's about the size of like a mouse, like a keyboard mouse. You know what I mean? What tracks I was following and what I filmed were the size of dinner bowls. Like they were gigantic, man. Like 3 or 4 times or 5 times the size of an actual deer print.
Like a moose, right?
Well, a moose is like a moose has toes, right? They're more like toes. Deer prints are they're more like a horse's hoof, is the best way to describe it in appearance. And the thing is we don't have moose anywhere here in southern Ontario. They live way up north around Algonquin Park. There's none of them down in the farmlands of southern Ontario. So
Probably possibly elk and stuff.
Dude, there'd be no way of anybody passing this off on me though, man, because like who's gonna spend the time to like hoax like a random person, you know what I mean?
Well, I really don't think that happens. Because yeah, exactly. I mean, people with it. I mean, if they do, it's probably recorded. And there's no people actually recording themselves doing that for like TikTok and all that. So, you know how hard it would be to do that at nighttime and actually for that person in a costume or whatever to scare someone or whatever on video at nighttime and then get away without people following them and hearing them. If someone did that to me out in the woods, I'd be able to catch them and see them. And
Well, oh,
no,
you
go ahead,
responded
James.
before I could say it. Never mind. No, not you. Like in the comments, it was, he already knew it wasn't Goatman.
Yeah, whatever it was an upright walking, deer hoofed creature that mimics the sound of owls and can scream like a woman and some kind of beast being murdered. It's hard to describe, but absolutely terrifying to have
That
heard.
sounds like Bigfoot.
No, this wasn't Bigfoot, man. This was like a hoofed deer, upright walking deer.
Well, there's
I'd
old
say,
videos of the deer lady,
skinwalker.
the deer women.
That's a skinwalker for you.
I'm
Well,
convinced.
you
this
never
was
know. I mean, there's a lot of odd stuff out there. I mean, you know, some people might attribute that to a paranormal aspect of, you know, you are instead of, you know, if it was a cryptid creature, you should be able to track it and find where it went and all that. So
Oh yeah, that's my whole thing, is that this thing literally disappeared. The trackway where I heard the scream is the end of the trackway. The beginning of the trackway is where I heard the owl hooting. So the thing literally appeared out of thin air. And there's no way of discrediting or discounting this reality. Like, these were physical prints in the snow, so it's not like
so you have video of this and stuff. Where can people find this? I'm sure people want to, see this.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I have it on one of my channels. I'm not sure if it's on which channel I have it on, but I did upload it years
What's it
ago.
called?
Let me try and find
Here, I can send it to you. I just looked it up. Oh, wait. Never mind. I'll let him do it.
I think it's on. I'm not sure. Did you find it on the?
I looked at your channel to see what you had on there, but then I realized I switched my account to do that, so I had
If
to
you
pull it up.
might as well put that in chat and stuff.
Yeah,
give
let
it
me.
a chat and because if you go out there, you should probably try to get film or evidence and stuff. If stuff's gonna happen, try to get it on film, because people, we want to see the evidence and look at it and then dissect it, because there's a lot of stuff out there and no one's believing it. But if we can capture it on video and get audio, it's gonna help tip the scale that there's
that's
possibly more cryptids out there. From my experience, there kind of is, and what's all behind that, I don't know. But is it natural or paranormal? I'm not sure yet, but
Well, when it comes to this paranormal stuff, like, I swear, like, I've collected so much proof over the years, like, not just when it comes to, like, cryptids and stuff like that, but all aspects of the paranormal. Like, I've seen enough stuff to convince me that these things do exist in the physical world. They're also non-existent at the same time, and I think that basically my whole understanding of things now is that these things are extremely localized to certain regions or areas. That's why you'll have like a slew of reports about say the Loveland, Ohio frogman, for example, or you'll have like the Jersey Devil stories that are extremely localized in different areas. And I think that there are certain regions of the planet that have certain energy frequencies, like emanating from parallel realities to the center of the universe. Who knows? I don't think that at our current level of understanding of the universe, as primitive like ape men, we can comprehend the like majesty of like reality itself and of the universe and like of creation. Like we just simply can't comprehend these topics and subjects. And I think that is the reason why there will be certain areas or certain people who will have more experiences than, say, other people who will just live, like, say, in a subdivision somewhere or in a condo high-rise.
Right. Well, that's why we go out there and try to investigate and actually get evidence of what people are experiencing. There's reports of what we experience by going to these areas, and so I sent the link of your channel in the chat so people can go and watch the video. What video is it? Do you remember what it's called and stuff?
Oh, I just left the link to it in the thing here.
Okay, good. So check out those tracks and stuff. And when did you start filming? As soon as you've seen it or whatever and heard it?
This is
Did you
me.
get any audio of the call that was made?
I didn't. Okay, I didn't record the sound of what I heard. Like I only recorded like the footprints 2 days later, so you can tell that like by wind, like the footprints are like eroded slightly. And this is off of like a old junky smartphone camera that I had to film using a newer smartphone camera because I couldn't connect to the internet for some reason on this old like junky thing. So it's like me filming my old smartphone camera basically. So that's why the quality is terrible on this video.
All right. Well, as long as you try out there, you should always try to be filming. If you actually, go out and camp and do anything else, if you're actually interested in this stuff. But I have the link in the chat of coming out of StreamYard. So if someone else want to come on and talk about some stories, encounters, and
Yeah, if you got any more stories you want to tell us, you can, or talk about it.
Well, I don't want to hog the whole thing, you know what I mean?
I mean, nobody's joined so far, so I mean,
yeah, I'm pushing in the chat and stuff. It's open for everyone. It's awesome to have you on and stuff, of course. So, it is interesting. There's a lot of people having different experiences.
Have you ever had any good audio evidence?
I've never recorded something I would say is like really good audio evidence. I've tried, like I don't really have great equipment. Like the only thing I got is like an old Samsung phone right now. Really, my entire philosophy is there's almost even no point. Like I was really hesitant to even share that video that I put up on my channel. Because until there was like I was on another like cryptid paranormal chat years ago and people were like begging me to like upload the video, so I uploaded the video for the people that were on that chat like years ago. But my whole hesitancy about really like documenting and going into detail, like trying to expose this stuff myself, is really nobody is going to believe this stuff, man. The only way a person
don't care.
well, the only way a person will believe in this stuff is if they have their own encounters or experiences, man. Me uploading everything that I encounter and observe is moot because 99% of people are just going to discount it offhand as a hoax or some person tripping balls in the woods. You know what I mean?
I'd have to disagree. I mean, we are going to be able to get some incredible evidence over the next couple of years with the amount of research that's done throughout North America from all the researchers that I've seen and know and follow. There's a lot going on in the community, and there's a lot of stuff being done. So uh, I would expect some better stuff coming, and there's some good stuff actually. That's been coming out in 2021 actually from different parts of the country on different campouts and expeditions people have done. So it's very interesting actually that what is happening, and there is reports of strange things going on, and particularly graveyard stuff and paranormal stuff, along with Bigfoot stuff at the same areas. So there's very interesting stuff. So I think in the next coming years, hopefully, we can find out, um, and I think it is possible. You just have to have the right equipment and uh, kind of know what you're doing, and really and just apply yourself, honestly. But these creatures, Sasquatch and potentially other cryptids, they seem to really just watch us and know what to do. And Sasquatch especially, I mean, they get very close. I mean, my last encounter, the amazing encounter was they were extremely close. Uh, and thinking that there's always a lot of missing people and stuff, uh, and that's pretty crazy. I mean, not all of it is Sasquatch, of course, but there's other cryptids involved. There's other people. People are seeing like pterodactyls and pterosaurs in Texas. And
Hey, wait a second.
uh,
Wait a second. Do you listen to Expanded Perspectives?
no, no.
Oh, wow. Okay, never mind, dude. I'm
I don't
surprised,
know what that
actually.
is.
Oh, my God.
Another
Oh,
YouTube channel and stuff where they talk about.
No, they're not exactly free. They're not.
Podcast.
Yeah, they're not really active too much on. They're kind of active on YouTube to an extent, but they're mostly like a podcast, like a bi-weekly or weekly podcast that's been running for years, man. And they have to be the best paranormal, UFO, ghost, cryptid podcast in existence, man. And it's just two guys in Texas, man. Like I think like they're in Fort Worth or something like that.
Gnarly. Yeah, I mean, Texas has a lot of stuff, paranormal and some weird. There's a lot of ghost stories and all throughout history and stuff, and that these pterosaurs and these other cryptids that are seeing, and like you were mentioning earlier, localized cryptids, uh, the Dover demon, and some of these lake monsters and stuff that people are experiencing in different eel types and sea serpent styles and Nessie style lake monsters. And it seems like it's a very odd place to live in North America and beyond, where there's a lot of reports of all this stuff in the jungles of Africa. There's a lot of stuff, for little people, the legend of little people. You can go on every continent, and basically there's stories of little people from elves. And, even in Africa, they have little people that play tricks and stuff. And you always hear that keyword of tricksters and playing tricks and stuff. So it's very interesting stuff. If there was paranormal stuff with human uh, interactions. Yeah, it's been going on for a long time. If you look at cultures and what they're talking about, the spiritual world, the spirit world, and stuff, that it comes a whole interesting aspect to put into play. And a lot of people don't want to discuss it and think about it, but there's a lot of stuff that could point to that, if you want to say. And all I can say is when we go out there, we're gonna try to get evidence of whatever we encounter and show it, so people can see that there is stuff out there. It's real, and we're trying our best to make it happen. It's not easy and stuff.
Dude, do you ever come across a Bigfoot nest?
Technically, yes.
Yeah, there's been some interesting stuff. and a shelter made that was very impressive.
What kind of because I've come across one Bigfoot nest, and it was like something that I can't see a human making. Like, you'd have to be absolutely, like, the only way I could describe like this would be like it would have to be some kind of autistic, uh, insane person would have to have made what I found. Like, I found like a giant dome made of twigs, but the twigs were intricately like wound in together, like not big sticks, just twigs. And the thing was about 10, 12 feet high by about 20, 30 feet. And it was just a giant dome canopy of twigs. And on the bottom of like this dome of twigs, like, you could see through the dome, right? So it wasn't covered in leaves or anything like that. But there were like candy wrappers, like random trinkets, like old toys, weird like knickknacks that seemed to have been gathered from all the different houses or properties in this entire region that's like surrounding this big forest. That I'm convinced was some kind of Bigfoot nest, man.
There weren't any man-made lashings or rope or strings tying anything together.
No, nothing. It seems that whatever this was spent months intricately winding these twigs together, kind of notching one twig over another, under another, over like, and we're talking like a giant thing, like with a hole in it that you could walk, kind of duck into. And it was like 10 feet, 12 feet high, and must have been 20, 30 feet around. A gigantic like dome of twigs.
Did you take a picture of it? Do you have evidence of that?
No, I didn't take a picture of it. Dude, this is my whole thing. I don't care. Like, these are my personal experience of things that I've seen.
Well, yeah, but
I went
prove it to somebody if you were like, "Hey, man, I saw a dome. You should have seen it."
No, I was with their somebody at the time, so it's like not like I could have hallucinated this. You know what I mean? Like, me and another person were in the woods. We saw this.
I meant like, so you could like compare it to something else.
Yeah, like, I've looked up different pictures of different Bigfoot nests, and nothing I've ever seen has been comparable to this weird twig dome structure that I found. But yeah, we saw this and we got the hell out. We literally ran out of the woods after finding this thing in the middle of this forest, man. It was so sketchy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it sounds pretty interesting. I mean, the Native Americans made wigwams and stuff that were constructed basically like that, and then added bark and stuff. But we've encountered tree manipulation and stuff in nests and stuff that they just appear to just lay on the ground like a deer would and stuff. But we had seen a superstructure, is what we called it, that was made of all these logs and pretty heavy branches that would and roots with root balls on them. That
Yeah, you gotta. Do you have pictures downloaded that you know?
No, not on this one, but you got some other stuff.
Guess you gotta send all your stuff to me. Then I can do it.
No, I just got it downloaded from Facebook or whatever.
Let me see if I have anything on this computer or not. I know actually it's on a flash drive probably.
Yeah, they
so I have like everything on
very
one flash
interesting.
drive.
They do interact with the landscape, it seems like, and they do leave subtle signs and for their own species to interpret and communicate with.
I think that like literally like a lot of the stuff that was gathered like in the dome structure twig thing that I found was it's almost like the thing was like snagging random things off people's land or something like that and bringing it there to its dome. It was sketchy,
Yeah.
man.
Well, that's kind of a characteristic that they've always had is stealing stuff and taking stuff, and other animals display that. Crows will take shiny stuff and interesting stuff from people, and
Yeah, that's a
take it to
great
their
point.
nest. And um, these things are observing us and watching us, and at nighttime they come on our backyards and they take these items, and I'm sure they find them interesting. They're investigating what are they doing, and possibly use them as toys, and who knows what else. What else are they using them for? They're gathering them. There's other reports of Sasquatches actually like having blankets and wearing pants and stuff being observed.
I wouldn't doubt it, man. Like these things are like, yeah,
It's
these
very
things are like,
interesting. There's a lot of reports that people don't really know that are kind of frightening and show that they actually were wearing clothing and taking items and killing pets and livestock and actually cows and stuff, and some horrific and brutal stuff that no human can do, and really no animal attacks and kills stuff like that. So, ripping heads off and completely twisting necks and breaking them and separating the spine and the neck.
that sounds like Dogman type stories I've heard, man.
No, it's Sasquatch related stuff with footprints and stuff found at the scene, and farmers with their heads completely twisted off and guns bent and footprints, and there's a
Really?
lot more horrific stuff going on.
That sounds like that weird shit out on Scramble Ridge, man.
Absolutely. It just makes you wonder,
Well, bro,
know,
there's like places like Scramble Ridge in Kentucky, man, where bizarre stuff's happen, man. That's like can't be explained, like as like just creature paranormal, like. Oh, I gotta stop saying paranormal, man, because like there's a separation between paranormal and like real world stuff. Say like a Bigfoot or something. You know what I mean? Like
right.
And it's hard to know. Like I don't think that Bigfoots are a paranormal creature. I'd say that they're like a cryptid, but they're not paranormal. But there are paranormal stories like that can't be explained as physical realities that are taking place. You ever heard of some of the weird stories coming out of Iceland?
Yeah.
Maybe. I know Blake knows a lot more than me. I got a good picture of the teepee if you want me to share that.
Yeah, definitely, bro.
Do you mind, Blake?
Yeah.
All right, let me hold up. And then we'll talk about Iceland.
Yeah, exactly.
How do I do this?
That's awesome.
It's the first time ever doing this. Hold on.
We'll see if it works.
Window. All right, here we go. Can you see that?
Awesome.
You can see this, right?
Yeah, I'm sharing it.
Oh,
Hopefully
okay.
it brings up.
Oh wow, okay.
I think I have more pictures too.
Did you find this in the woods?
Actually, I think that's an older picture, but no, I didn't. My buddy did.
That looks old, man. Like you can see that the bushes are growing.
Oh yeah,
through.
that's an old picture. That's like a year after, I think.
But you can tell that this structure was built and it was there for years as these.
No. My buddy
looks like-
found it like within 2 weeks of it being built.
Oh, really? It looks like the bushes are growing right up through the.
No,
structure.
it's right on a 2-track. So
Well, that's because it's
there, like-
interwoven trees and plants and stuff that are still alive and.
Oh, okay. I
still
just
alive
zoomed in.
that's,
I just zoomed
interwoven
into
with
it.
this stuff. And yeah, on the backside of this, there's tree roots, and it's very interesting.
Oh, that's
Hey, it's something down.
Get out!
Oh, well,
Sorry, I didn't know what I was.
you beat me to it, and then
Might have been
Yeah,
pictures of you and your girlfriend or something on there, man. You don't want to go too far.
yeah. You gotta be careful of that.
Yeah,
I did not title these well.
Yeah, it's very interesting. There seems to be something going on, and we study Sasquatch especially because it seems to be the most prevalent, populous cryptid that we encounter, or at least out there in Michigan that we know of. And there is some other stuff, obviously, but um, it's fascinating when you get into all of this, and there's a lot of cultures that do mix the reality of this world and the spiritual world, and there's a lot of myths and legends and beliefs. So if you study and look at history and all of that, it is pretty fascinating, and there's a lot of mysteries still left on this planet for us to find out. So
do you
who
guys
knows?
do you guys like any Bigfoot movies?
Yes, Harry and the
Great
Hendersons.
question.
Oh God,
That was a great one growing up. It used to be
Man.
the Enders and stuff. Actually,
Oh.
the garage scene where he raises up.
The first Bigfoot movie I'd say I watched was this movie, and it had like Tim. It had this kid from Tim the Tool Man in it.
Oh yeah. I think it was called Bigfoot or something.
I forget the name of that movie, but dude, I used to watch that all the time, bro. But it's kind of a ridiculous movie. But when it comes to have you guys watched any new Bigfoot? Like, what's your favorite new Bigfoot movie out of the last decade?
I would say some documentaries, not really entertainment stuff, but
What about Exists, man?
Exists. I thought it was pretty cool and stuff. It was interesting, but not.
What's your favorite? Willow Creek, Exists, or Lost Coast Tapes?
I would probably say I haven't seen them, so unfortunately can't say. But I've been watching a lot of documentaries and stuff. There's a lot of people who are putting out good stuff, and Exist was good because it kind of showed the damage and stuff that it could do, and possibly taking you and all this. And go ahead, James.
I was just gonna interrupt you.
You got that all situated.
What's your favorite? What's your favorite?
What I did stream, nothing was terrible, I guess, in the sense. I thought I showed valuable information of a spot, but you'd have to look very carefully to find that spot. I did find the original video though of when I went to the TP for like the first time, like within the 2 weeks we found it. So I can show you guys that video if you want.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
All right, it's already on YouTube, but I mean I can just show it on the live.
Yeah, might as well. Let's show it and let's see it when as fresh.
But
it was pretty much.
You guys could keep talking about your movie topic before I interrupted you. So.
I think the problem with Bigfoot movies is a lot of them just make it out to be a monster, and they just. I don't know. Being out there and experiencing stuff it's just it's not really like that.
Bro,
It's entertainment.
The best Bigfoot movie, I swear, is Lost Coast Tapes, where this Bigfooter guy, like this big name in the Bigfoot community, is like they think he's trying to hoax, and he's asking $75,000 for people to for studios to come out and see this Bigfoot body that he's shot and it's got in a freezer or something like that. And to get this though, it's not like Bigfoot is not the monster in the movie.
Wait. Sorry, what'd you say about the freezer?
In this Bigfoot movie, this guy shot a Bigfoot. He's got it in a freezer, and he's asking $75,000 for for a film crew to come and see the Bigfoot body first, right?
See, I think I know what you're talking about, but I also might not be. There was a fake video. Well, not a fake, but he was basically faking it.
No,
and I forgot the name of the guy. Wait,
oh, you're probably thinking about a real world thing where there was some guy faking some stuff Bigfoot body or something.
Oh, this was a
like that.
movie. Okay.
But in the movie, like
Yeah,
This
I was
girl-
thinking of a. Sorry, I was thinking about a. I don't know who it was exactly. I know he was like a known hoaxer because he was saying that he fucked
I
Bigfoot or
think it was
something
like
like
Rick
that.
Dyer or something.
He
yeah,
was
and I
saying,
think that's
yeah.
yeah, I think that's what they,
One of those hooligans trying to hoax and
yeah, and I think that's what the movie's based off of. But basically, like at one point, this girl like gets grabbed by the Bigfoot, and she ends up like clawing the Bigfoot as it's trying to drag her out of the woods, and she like scratches it, and it drops her, and then runs off into the woods. And you end up finding out that the Bigfoot was actually trying to protect the film crew from what's really in the woods, which is some kind of literal like Wendigo like creature that's actually in the woods. And like I would say, and it's like just it's on par of quality of exists in Willow Creek.
okay, right. Yeah, let's check that out. Actually, it's kind of interesting.
I think I've seen a Bigfoot movie as well. I don't remember what it was. I think I watched it on Netflix though. It was like one of the only ones on there, and it was like really bad.
Oh, dude,
I wonder if I can
90%,
find it real quick.
bro, 90% of Bigfoot movies are absolute trash garbage.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
entertainment. It's really not well done, and
I
but some of the documentaries and even amateur stuff, that's the real deal stuff. So when you're hearing
the three good ones are all found
better
footage.
than any entertainment.
Well, it is not on Netflix anymore, so I have no idea. I think there's a reason for that too.
Oh, bro, they're all such garbage. It's crazy,
Or
man.
maybe it's called Sasquatch. Hold on.
Dude, I've tried finding another Willow Creek Exists or Lost Coast tapes for like 5 or 6 years now, man. And there's been nothing new made in the past 6 years that's on par of quality of those 3 movies, man.
Actually,
They all just seem like sci-fi movies.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of disinfo agents and trolls and stuff within the Bigfoot community and other communities. I'm sure UFOs. There's a lot of just crap going on. So it must be something big because of how much effort the government does to hide this stuff, and a Sasquatch alone. And all this stuff that we actually are encountering and seeing and stuff. It's very interesting, and just like Missing 411 of how the Park Service and all that refuse to help and cover up. It seems like these topics that happen around our landscape in North America. So I think there's a lot more going on in this world than we the people are told, and it's just very interesting. And you could encounter something unnatural and unnormal, paranormal, or whatever you want to call it out there, because it's not what's taught in modern reality of these monsters, cryptids, whatever you want to call them out there, and you encounter it. It's it kind of breaks your reality, because seeing is believing. And then you're left with, what did you see and what did you experience? And so hopefully we can go out there and find and get more evidence, because that's the key, is getting evidence is what's needed. People encounter stuff, we need to film it and we need to get audio and stuff. So that's what we're trying to do, and we encourage that to everyone. I mean, even a basic camera and stuff. If you're recording something, and you can come on and talk about it and show it and stuff, it's
There's an
definitely
old story that comes out of medieval Ukraine. Late medieval Ukraine. Basically, the story goes that there was this village, right? And we're talking on the North Eurasian steppe, north of the Black Sea. And there was this village, and everyone was going about their lives peacefully. And these people started showing up like in groups, like by the hundred, and they were in tattered clothes. They were like carrying few possessions. A few of them had some horses and donkeys that were carrying the last of their possessions. And the people of this peaceful village were like, these people are, who the hell are all these people in? They thought they were crazed, because these people said that they must flee their village now if they want to live, and to get out now because the death and the devil is coming. 100,000 horses are coming, and men riding horses, hundreds of thousands of them, are coming and burning everything as they go. And the people were like, no, we're not leaving our houses. You people are all insane. You're going to go hide in the woods, wait for us to leave our village, and then you're going to ransack our village. And so the people were like, please come with us. Nobody left the village. And the people in ratted clothes and their few belongings continued on into the west. And they just were like, well, thank God we didn't fall for that trap that these people were trying to set for us, whoever the hell these people were. And the story goes that within 2 weeks, everyone in that village was dead, because the Mongol hordes had arrived in the North Eurasian steppe, moving west. So these people didn't believe it, because they hadn't seen 100,000 men riding horses burning as they went. So they didn't believe the people that were warning them and telling them these crazy, outlandish stories, and they didn't survive 2 weeks. And I always try and tell people that story when they say, well, I've never seen anything crazy like that. Like, I don't believe it. Just because you haven't seen something, it doesn't negate the physical reality that there are people that are witnessing these crazy events, crazy things.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly. And there's a lot of people experiencing stuff, and that it's hard for people to comprehend. And there's some pretty extreme environments all across the earth that can contain, probably even more wondrous stuff than Bigfoot, and it's fully unexplored, and just so it's such extreme environments that humans are just, are not really capable of exploring, let alone really spending much time in there. So there could be natural creatures and natural stuff, that animals that are massive or and very impressive, and would be considered a cryptid or new species, and I think that it's definitely out there, all across the world, in these extreme environments, and these environments that people don't live and can't really explore. I think as the years progress, we're going to find and come out with these natural species, and hopefully some of these cryptids get, proven, honestly, because it's out there. People are experiencing it. People should be aware. Um, People have encounters, and they're not always good, and they're scary, and these creatures, let alone any other cryptid, are very, they can take out humans. We're pretty weak out there. We're not strong. We don't have claws. We don't have, our bones is not as dense as regular animals. In the wild. If you watch, like in Africa and stuff, and all these different wild animals, as they get prey, at some of these stuff that they survive on, jump, and they can do, and take this damage and keep going. It's nothing that humans can do.
Oh no, for sure, bro.
And, Sasquatches are superhuman in type of strength and speed, and seem stealth, and so.
Well, it's a creature that hasn't been dumbed down by kind of like the refinements of our modern age. Like, it's a sophisticated hominid, like humans in ancient times. Like, there's stories of how an aborigine could, and even into the modern era, there were like, if you see like pictures of the aborigines in Australia, and you hear some of these stories, like going back in the 1800s of some of the stuff like these guys could do. These guys could apparently throw spears further than any modern like shot put or a javelin thrower could throw a spear. And if you see some of these pictures of these Aborigines from back in the 1800s, like you'll see that these guys were like jacked, strong looking guys, right? And they hadn't been like kind of like softened by like our modern world. And so they were absolutely terrifying to like the British that were like in Australia at the time, like in the Australian colonial days. But like imagine now a Bigfoot that's lived separate from humans for thousands of years, probably is afraid of humans, knows to avoid them. And yeah, you can only imagine how like in tune with the world like a Bigfoot would be, because a Bigfoot has probably the senses of like probably can hear and smell better than any animal, but then is also hyper intelligent, a hyper intelligent hominid. So we're dealing with like a human that can smell and hear as well as any animal. So it's like you can't capture, like that's why I always thought these Bigfoot shows were absolutely ridiculous, man.
And like finding Bigfoot?
Oh my god. Oh, it's just so mind numbing. Like I can't imagine, like I don't think anybody who even watches that is really actually interested in Bigfoot, because you just have to be so dumbed down to believe that these yahoos are actually going to capture a Bigfoot.
Well, I
honestly,
liked it.
I haven't met Cliff and stuff, and knowing that, they did get some activity. They had some stuff, I think in Australia and stuff. They had some interesting
I mean,
stuff.
yeah, to be fair, they never.
They're having 20
found-
people with them. They're having production crew. They're having lights and all this. I mean, it's not like they're, you have 20 plus people in there going in one place making all these noises. I mean, you're scaring everything away. I mean, if something did happen, it's going to be because of them. But I think it's a lot harder than what most researchers are doing now. We have smaller groups and typically try to spread out. And
yeah, that's who's going to find it. Like people going in with small groups.
Again, it's entertainment and set up shots and stuff. It's not people. They don't take those expensive cameras into the swamp and into the woods and thickets. They don't want to get scratched up and broken. So.
Yeah, they got their talent. So they got 4 people, and then they got like 30 people filming or whatever they're doing. You know what I mean? It's like.
Well, at least they're going out. They're trying. And stuff could happen, and if it's caught on some of that stuff, it would be pretty impressive. So. I know that they're pretty good researchers. Cliff especially, and Bobo, and
are you talking about that guy with like the long hair or whatever, the big guy, and that? Is that a different show than those jackasses that tried to trap the Bigfoot?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
That show is definitely obviously fake. They're it's kind of like a mocker, kind of mocking and having fun, poking fun.
Yeah, which show is that? I don't really watch them anymore.
What is it, Mountain Monsters or something like that?
There's a show
there's
a show where these jackasses go into the woods and they set up these giant traps for Bigfoot.
Is it for Bigfoot or other cryptids?
They're pretty nice guys, actually. They do believe in it and stuff. But again, it's a show. It's not those guys personally doing it. It's kind of the network setting up and doing this crazy stuff, and then they're running around having fun in the woods with guns, and and a lot of it is kind of made up and stuff. So unfortunately, it's entertainment versus reality. Yeah. Entertainment sells, and the reality of getting evidence that we present, it's just
it's two different.
It doesn't
worlds.
have that kind of entertainment value, and especially if they present it to kids and stuff. There's a market style and advertising and a way to shoot stuff and present it. So unfortunately, it's entertainment. It's fun. They're nice guys and stuff, but none of that's real. None of it can be.
But like, if we're talking finding Bigfoot, they never did technically find Bigfoot. They got some audio evidence, but They never really actually found Bigfoot, but they did bring the idea of Bigfoot out, more into the mainstream media, which is always a good thing. Because that's how I found out about Bigfoot mostly.
Yeah, it's called World Bigfoot Radio. Just
It's Mountain Monsters.
It's called Mountain Monsters. That's it.
Yeah, yep.
Oh my god, it's the most ridiculous.
It's a pretty
I've seen it before.
Surprisingly, and it's the guys, it's the characters, so they can portray a certain type of character, and it's kind of, appealing and stuff. But really going out there and stuff, even finding Bigfoot, and it's hard. No one's really found Bigfoot yet. I mean, people have said they've been close. I've had close encounters. I think that's good evidence, but no one has got anything like the Patterson film, and certainly nothing that's going to prove it to real scientists or the
bro. My whole thing is like, I don't believe that you can go into the woods and find Bigfoot. I think that if you're going to go into the woods, Bigfoot's going to find you, and he's going to be showing himself. You're not going to track him in 1,000 years. You're going to go into the woods. Well,
if you know who Robert Kreider is, he can track anything.
The thing is, like, if you're going to go into the woods, you're putting yourself out there for an encounter. Now it's up to the Bigfoot to show himself to you. It's not up to you to track him. He's going to, under his own choice, expose himself.
Yeah, I would agree in that matter that it's really up to them in the situation, and for them to do anything, and hopefully you can capture it on as evidence presented. But you could come up to and track them. I've tracked them. I've found some tracks and tracked them for a mile or two through some pretty good stuff. But it was hard. It's not like, I mean, the most average person probably wouldn't even think of it as anything, honestly, because they're not.
Yeah, they'd probably just think it's a big human.
But these things don't really leave footprints. They're leaving other subtle tracks. They're going on all fours and stuff, and they're leaving digits and half tracks, and
it's hard to track
on stuff that going.
You have to know what you're looking for.
Go. So it's very interesting, and it is hard to find a good track because they're moving in such ways that the ground doesn't take their kind of tracks, and when you do, people say it's not good enough, and I think there's a level of professionalism that needs to be done in the research community to get better evidence and try. I know it's hard. I mean, my personal experience, it is hard, and people make mistakes, and no one's perfect. And but the more that we try and practice and have these experiences, hopefully the more evidence we can present. So I think the next couple of years, 2021, like I said, it's been a great year. Not quite over with. 2022 hopefully is going to be even better and jam-packed with great evidence. So I think the day is coming where disclosure is going to happen, and we're going to get some better footage in the Patterson film. So
yeah, that'd be so. Yeah, that'd be sick, dude. That'd be totally sick to see something like that. But I would say that 99% of all stuff, like what's his name? Somebody in the chat, World Bigfoot Radio, saying he has plenty of guests film them.
Yeah, the thing is,
I would say that 99% of that footage is most likely fake.
No, it's not fake, but it's really hard to see if it is something or not. It's one of those, you have to really believe that it is something and believe the story more than anything.
Yeah, and see, that's
not most likely going to be faked, because if you fake something, you're pretty much out of the community forever.
Yeah, like that dude that filmed that Todd Standing guy or whatever. I'm not sure I buy into any of that.
Yeah, there's known hoaxers and stuff, and you get exiled pretty much. And people still coming into it might believe it, but honestly, a lot of the videos that are fake and stuff that show costumes and people trying to fake it, it consists of the same pattern of shots and video quality and all that. And In the real deal stuff that you see, most of it's by chance. Most of it is stuff that's happening, and it's not sensational. It doesn't go viral, but it's real. And
Yeah,
there's a lot
there's
of
that.
they have
There's
good
that.
stuff like knocks and vocals and
There's that
but,
one. There's that one video. See, that's like where I've kind of aligned myself to, is that like anybody who's going to be coming across something like this is going to be getting this footage by chance mostly, or they're going to be just stumbling across like a Bigfoot that's more willing than others to expose themselves. Like, you ever seen that video footage of those guys up on a mountaintop, I think in British Columbia or Colorado or something, and they're filming like an upright walking thing down in a valley in this mountainside, and it's moving like at breakneck speed, but it looks like it's walking, and it's just moving through the snow, and it must have covered maybe like 500 feet in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
That's incredible footage. That, I think, is quite possibly real Bigfoot footage.
yeah, I think there's some good stuff out there that's mixed in.
The only problem is, if it's like really far away, it's hard to tell what exactly it is, because in a sense, a person could fake something like that if the distance is far enough that you can't tell what it is, and it's just like a blob.
But these were like kind of like surfer like dude bros. They weren't like kind of like Bigfooters.
Well, you don't have to be a Bigfooter to fake something.
No, I guess not. But it's just like they're gonna sit there for 3 hours, wait for their buddy to get into the valley. You know what I mean? Like, or
well,
something.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah.
So it's just like, oh, it's crazy, man.
Right.
One of the
it just depends if how determined people are, and with TikTok and all that, I think the next couple years we actually might have to worry about hoaxing, honestly, because of TikTok and stuff, and this younger generation is kind of more aptitude, I guess, to sensationalize stuff and want stuff to go viral.
Yeah,
so
there's a couple of YouTubers out there.
I think that we would have to watch out for that, but I do
guys,
real evidence.
You guys ever seen You guys ever seen the Boba Fett UFO video?
No.
Maybe, but the name doesn't sound familiar, because there's a
Sounds
lot
like
of
a
videos
Pokemon.
out there.
Yeah, dude, that is like the trippiest, one of the most realistic UFO videos I've ever seen, and it just seems so insane. Like, it was filmed back in like 2007 or 8 or something like that. But like, these guys were like kind of like rich kids, and they had like they were on their parents' yacht in British Columbia, and they filmed this weird thing come over. I think it was Victoria Harbor or it was Vancouver Harbor. It was somewhere on the west coast of Canada, and it's probably some of the most, if not the most, convincing UFO footage I've ever seen, man.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and look at it. I actually have some UFO footage on this channel. Actually, it's an older one, about a year or two back. I filmed a UFO as it's flying, and interestingly enough, there's a plane that comes by, and the plane is blinking like it's legally allowed and has to do. And the UFO is a solid light, and it's about the same size. It's pretty interesting. It disappears, and the plane flies by. What can I say? It was an unidentified flying object. So that's a video on the YouTube, Michigan UFO films, or not sure what it's called. It's been quite some time, but I have seen UFOs through my lifetime. To be honest, I honestly have seen.
I've seen one.
Different stuff.
Dude, I've seen so many UFOs, man. Like, I've seen like insane stuff that couldn't be explained as planes, or like 99.9% of all UFO footage is misidentification. Primarily, it's ball lightning. It's misidentified planes, black budget craft that say like the U.S. government's got
right.
it.
And I think most of it probably is that.
And also, commonly, people will misidentify the planet Venus as even a UFO from
Yep.
time to time.
Yep.
But there are the 1 percentile, probably even less, of UFO footage and sightings that are cannot be explained away as like misidentification. I've seen giant red lights fly into Lake Rice here in Ontario. I've seen multiple lights emanating over tree lines, like dozens of lights, like flashing like high beams on cop cars in tree lines. I've seen UFOs appear literally out of the ether in like the stratosphere and then dissipate, like, and if you know how satellites move, you know that like a satellite can't disappear in like a wide open stratosphere. A satellite will just move as like kind of like a dot. I've seen these things appear out of the literally out of nowhere, like decloaking in formation before. I've seen like oh my god, just so many bizarre UFOs. Like I've seen over I forget what the name of this lake was. I think it might have been Kinesis Lake up in Ontario. I've seen UFOs appear as red lights shooting what look like sparklers down into tree lines. All of these sightings, though, that I've seen of UFOs, the crazy ones I've seen, were all when I was with a group of people. And that's why, like, personally, I know that, like, it's not, like, you can always, like, explain away a lot of different stories as temporary hallucinations of that people are having. That's a common thing. Or, like, what's that thing? Sleep paralysis type effects that are occurring to certain people. But when you're with a group of people and you have these mass sightings, there's no way of discounting this stuff, man.
Right. You know, I think most people are not experiencing that sort of stuff when they go out there anyways. I mean, only certain people with mindsets, but especially when a group, it doesn't happen. There's no mass hysteria or illusion and stuff that happens only in extreme situations.
And bros, I don't do hard drugs or anything. Like, I'll smoke weed and drink or whatever, but I've never done hard drugs. So it's like not like you hear all these excuses from people saying, "Oh, well, you're just." It's
like
like
the layman excuses of stuff and people going out. They must be drinking. They must be doing this and stuff. But the reality is, there's too many witnesses and too many different people and personalities and mindsets and professions, from judges and lawyers and you know, all the way down in professions experiencing this stuff. So
yeah, like Dennis Kucinich, Jimmy Carter. Oh my God! Like
of UFOs and Bigfoots and
Teddy
ghosts and stuff. I mean, there's
like Teddy Roosevelt. There's a lot of reputable people, like common names, that have had strange experiences. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So it's not just like it's like far-flung fringe people that have seen and heard these things. You know what I mean? Like, it's nuts.
Yeah, I think the excuses that some of these skeptics come up with, and you know, reasons why they don't want to touch the subject, these scientists have, it's unfounded and it's biased at some levels too, because of the stuff that's presented. It's just they scoff at it, and it's not taken seriously because of some hoaxes and stuff that gives a bad light, and a lot of these
Sometimes
viral videos are
has
fake, and they look at it and they know it's fake. It looks fake, and they don't take the time to look at the real researchers, because what they see on the surface is fake viral videos that they know it's not worth their time. So
something I always go back to, and I feel like is like the truth, is that people will believe what they want to believe. So if you're like a skeptic, you're not going to give any credence to somebody's story who's into the alternative sphere of things. You're going to look for flaws, and you're going to create flaws if you can't find them, like with somebody's story. You know what I mean? I really truly believe that there's got to be a small minority of people that are willing to believe in these things unless they've had their own experience of their own firsthand experience.
Yeah, I agree, and it seems like more people are experiencing different stuff, and well, but honestly, for us to try to prove that and be more than stories and stuff that people share, you know, you have to get evidence, you have to film it, you have to try to get something, and that will open people's eyes. That will help prove to you know, friends of the community and all of that in different branches. See if you can, you know, get Bigfoot, you know, cloaking or whatever. I mean, it needs to be evidence that is filmed and stuff for it to be taken seriously between the Bigfoot community, let alone science and stuff. I mean, so I think that people who are experiencing this stuff just need to try to film it and, you know, just pick up and try. You know, I think you know, a person hiking out there is probably going to pick up their phone and get some good footage. That's probably going to be, you know, the real deal. Honestly, is it if because it's, you know, they're not trying, they're not being aware, and everyone has a phone, so we should be getting more good footages and not this fake stuff. But
yeah, man,
there's too much fake stuff. But there's a lot of good evidence. We got good evidence. We actually got a video of, like I was saying earlier, of my encounter and Jason Kenzie's encounter. Of they presented themselves to us. You know, they actually alerted us. We turned around, pointed my gun. When I realized it wasn't a normal animal, I put my gun away. We had two of them, one of them look at us, two of them look at us behind a tree. Could hear them, more than them around us. I actually asked them to show themselves, and we did see. We seen them. Jason turned around and see one crawling away, and got some interesting stuff that was caught. That you know, it begs the question of being in that, you know, is intelligence and stuff. And they showed themselves. If you believe our story and if you watch us and you believe what's happening when you watch our encounter, you can see it. You can see what we're doing, what we're saying, how we're reacting, and what you see,
bro, dude.
You know,
like, having talked to you tonight, I would believe your story, your encounters and footage over anybody I see on TV talking about this stuff, man.
Well, you know, we're just trying. I mean, that's all it is, you know, and we're trying to be honest about it and serious about it, and not be really entertainment, because it's not what we're about. It doesn't appeal. It's not moving the ball forward. But I appreciate that. Thanks. You know, it's,
dude, I legit like feel like you're a genuine person, man. You're not one of these people that are like scammer, like, you know what I mean? Like, when it comes to the alternative media, like I used to be really familiar with like the whole UFO side of things. 99% of people, personalities, bigger names, they're scammers, man. They're just scumbag scammers trying to create these narratives to perpetuate their own personality and story, and kind of to, like, there's David Wilcox and these QAnon Trump people and all these maniacs, you know what I mean, dude? It's like there's then people that will kind of get sucked into these like kind of cult personality that are foisted upon them by like these bigger names. And I think it's just it's a shame, man, because it kind of discredits what real people like you are doing, you know what I mean? Like, I admit that I'm not like trying to like wake people up. Like, I used to kind of do that years ago, bro, but I truly believe that people need to go out for themselves and capture some of this stuff and kind of experience things for themselves, because until you have your own encounter, I don't believe you can truly believe, man.
Yeah, I mean that's what it's gonna take for, people, some people at least, and we're trying to get good evidence, and I hope one day that we can get some fantastic evidence. And I think that's gonna happen. I can feel it and stuff. Things are getting seem to be picking up in
Oh yeah, for
the
sure, bro.
intensity and stuff of encounters. And
But man, dude, do you do
awesome.
these? Do you stream often? I think I've seen you stream once or twice. Like, I'm not really online too often. Like, but how often?
Yeah, how'd you find the stream, by the way?
I think I might have subscribed to this maybe like a year or two ago on this
Oh,
channel.
jeez.
I think I might have seen you comment like or something. I forget exactly, but like I tried to like subscribe to anybody who was doing anything like Bigfoot related on this channel, because I got a bunch of different YouTube channels. This is like my like paranormal cryptid Bigfoot thing. But yeah, man, like do you stream often?
Yeah, if you take a look at the channel,
try to do it every week.
pretty much every weekend.
Pretty consistent and stuff.
Bro, I totally
For a while
randomly,
now, actually. So
dude, I totally randomly came to my Bigfoot channel here, go to subscriptions, and I'm like, oh, Lost Cryptids is streaming. Okay, I'll check this dude out. And yeah, man, dude, I dig it, man. Like, keep at it, bro.
Totally,
I
bro.
appreciate it. Yeah, but we're trying.
Yeah, I got it.
We're just having people trying to be seriously out there, and we've had some fantastic stuff, and we've had some stories, and you can watch some of that stuff on.
For sure, dude, I'll check it out, man. But yeah, man, like I'm gonna be in the side chat, but yeah, it's nice to talk to you guys. Yeah, keep it going, because I think if anyone's gonna find it, it's gonna be people like you, man.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I think it's it's people who are going to take it seriously, or it's gonna find it, and find better evidence, and we'll see that there's a lot of people who are, like you were saying, big names that they all they do is talk, and they don't walk the walk, and they don't really do what they say they do. So
All right, well, boys, it's nice talking to you tonight. Okay.
Same to you. Yeah.
All right,
take
all
care.
right,
Take it easy,
all
man.
right, night, boys.
What I was gonna mention, but I wasn't allowed to mention earlier, was that yeah, I've seen a couple YouTubers, like pretty big ones, make Bigfoot videos, like hoaxing other people, like other researchers. I can send one to you if you care. It was really hard for me to watch.
What do
Just
you?
'cause,
What do you say? I missed. Sorry, it was glitching on man.
Oh, what'd you hear me say?
You watched YouTubers doing what to other big?
Hoaxing them, like hoaxing other Bigfoot researchers.
Oh, really?
And they
Yeah, I'll
film
take
it.
a look at that. That'd be interesting. Of
It was like
actively trying to do that, or just
what's up?
explain the video a little bit. Explain what's going on.
I would rather not.
Okay.
It's basically a bunch of I'll just send it to you.
Yeah, send it to me.
You'll understand what I'm talking about when you see it.
All right. Well,
I would mention it, but I don't want it getting more views, So
Oh, okay. Well, that's gonna be interesting. Unfortunately, people are gonna start doing that, I think, more, and it does happen, and a lot of people aren't trained and stuff, and even Cliff Brackman, who's a I would say probably more an expert field person with the tracks and stuff. He has stuff that he's found out that was fake and stuff, and he still keeps them because it's good to reference and compare to the real deal stuff, and then other fake stuff that might come up. So unfortunately, it's this community. It's the name of the game. It's the people it draws. Those people who backstab people, steal stuff, lie, try to make money for themselves. And if you are given money, that they don't really invest in for the equipment and don't really do the stuff they're supposed to do and say and try. They get that cult of personality. And
oh jeez, it got 8.7 million views. I mean, they're a big channel, but I didn't know it got that many G's. Here, I'll just put it in the private chat.
Yeah, it just happens. It's just average people and modern people want to see the viral stuff and sensational stuff, and it's pretty easy to fake stuff if someone wanted to, compared to actually getting the real evidence. But I think, like was mentioned, Sasquatches dictate the situation and what can happen, and how close they can get and what actually happens in that encounter up in the UP. If you hear us and what we're saying and stuff, and trying to greet them and we're talking in English, and we're saying that we're not going to hurt them, and we see them behind the tree and stuff, and we do approach them, and me and Jason don't hear them walking away or anything. We kind of sing. Jason kind of just goes la 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 and stuff, because we're trying to be friendly and show that we don't mean no harm. And I mean, we're seeing these things so close, and we know that we've seen the two, and there was one to our right, so there's three right there. And Jason seen one cross over, and it was honestly pretty intense situation. It was awesome. I would say it was a good interaction because of how close they were, allowing us to see them. I mean, we were obviously pointing and looking and trying to film them. And yet they didn't run away. They didn't hide themselves, but continued to show themselves a few times that we've seen. We did go over there, and I did ask them for them to show themselves and for us to see them. And it seems like, Jason seen the one, and we got some stuff on film that is pretty interesting. That if you believe what we're encountering in that film and what you're seeing, So I think these, there's a lot of intelligence to these creatures, and there's a lot of things going on. And the ability of them to be so close to us, the ability for them to be that close, that big, and that quiet it does kind of border, people would say, supernatural, or, superhuman at least. You're talking about things that, when we seen it, 7, 6, 7, 8 foot. I would say, 7 foot. It was up there. The other one was lower to the ground. Massive head. I mean, I couldn't believe it. It was just massive. And we're hearing stuff all around us. I mean, they're being, and the video you see, you kind of get a sense of, we're boxed in a sense. They're very close, and it's an intense situation.
And you weren't that far away from camp either.
I would say, yeah, 300, 200, 300 yards, not too far.
Yeah, that's not that far.
And people are probably going to say, well, why don't you stay out there? Why don't you try to push the envelope more? And it's like, well, I did ask them for them to show themselves, and they did announce themselves, and we had this good interaction and stuff. And it's like, well, how far do you really want to push a group of Sasquatches? I mean, if you make one wrong move, they're honestly right there. They can grab you. There's nothing they can do. And, I wanted them to follow us back to camp, like I say, and I invited them to camp. And in fact, people started hearing stuff, and we did, in fact, people did encounter stuff that night. So
I think there's one caught on. I think there's one caught on thermal, but didn't get filmed because the thermal didn't work.
Right, and we had eye shine and stuff, and there's other good stuff that's interesting. That
it scared everybody enough to sleep in trucks.
And it begs a lot of questions and stuff, honestly, and if they understood us or what was going on, but they showed themselves, and I didn't want to disrespect that. A lot of the Native Americans talk about respect and honesty. It represents honesty in a lot of the Algonquin cultures and stuff, and I felt, when I asked it to, let us see us and stuff, and we did, and they showed one across the road, and Jason seen it, and you can see his face, man. Like you're gonna see you're gonna see the emotion and the fear in his eyes. Honestly, it's amazing stuff. And you're gonna see some evidence that of right next to us, and when we're encountering this stuff. So, I felt that we had got what we had asked for, and out of respect and stuff, I didn't want to do something dumb and not. I mean, they showed themselves, so it's like, you'll kind of want to have some respect. So hopefully, they remember that and I like you for the next time. And so it's very interesting. And I don't know why they showed themselves, but you're going to see that video here in a couple months when he's working on documentary stuff. It's going to be a 2-parter, and I'm so honored that he was with me. He was a very awesome guy, Jason Kenzie, and couldn't have a better guy. I wish you were there, James, but Jason Kenzie is up there, and he's honest. He's an honest guy. He's quite the adventurer, and check his videos out.
I mean,
and he was filming it, and it was great. 4K.
I mean, if I did go, I think there's a chance we would have spotted him with my flashlight, but I don't know if I would have a good
had a better
camera
flashlight
like
than
him.
us. I did have my hunting lamp, which is excellent. It died on the way back, so it died before this encounter. And Jason gave me one of his. It's a headlamp, but it's not that good. They're really not that good, and but it was good enough for us to see the eye shine see them, like see the silhouette, the massive head. And at first I'm thinking, is this a bear? What kind of animals are this and stuff like that? And it's just like, this is the real deal stuff. And we're hearing stuff around us, the way they presented themselves. Jason seeing what he'd seen across the trail, the evidence that's going to be on that video. I mean, it's we got a very close encounter with multiple Sasquatches that.
I think I actually convinced Jason to go with you.
Huh?
I think I actually convinced Jason to go with you.
Yeah. You volunteered him instead of yourself. But,
yeah.
It was scary. It was very, it was about a 40 to an hour walk, 40 minutes walk, 45-minute walk one way. And then we had to walk back, and so on the way back we had encountered it, but. It was fantastic. It was awesome. It was very calm, cool, collective. It could be very intense. I mean, that was a very intense situation. I mean, you can see that on Jason a lot more than myself. I mean, I was just in awe and very calm, and it was the most amazing experience I've ever experienced out in those woods, and seeing it on film and stuff. It's great. The way he filmed it and stuff was great. And I don't know what to think about it. I mean, I think these things are so smart, and they might understand us, and they definitely have an intelligence about them, and they have emotional control and not hurting us and not just outright doing stuff. And they could have assassinated us, honestly, is what could have happened. Is instead of letting us know they were there, they could have assassinated us without us even realizing it. When our encounter started and when we're walking back and stuff, they were so close that at any point in time, I mean, it's just incredible how stealthy they were, how close they were. They showed themselves. They followed us back to camp. And I did ask them to, do some certain things, and they kind of did. And I say thank you, because I studied the Native American ways and kind of felt that, it was probably best to head back to camp and have other people and equipment pick up the stuff. And fortunately, they never did show themselves to us again in that capacity, but they did follow us back to camp, and they were around there. So just one of many places that Sasquatches has interacted with us, but that was the most craziest. And for whatever reason, they liked me and Jason, I guess, enough to do that. It was very interesting. not normal, but hopefully we'll explore that more and stuff. And yeah, that particular area does have missing people and a lot of stuff too. So these animals are not always friendly by all means. And in fact, they end up like most animals, most primal things, like a light switch. If you do something wrong, they can turn on you, I'm sure, and you don't want that, especially being how close they can actually get. Humans have no chance. That situation that we were in, it's ridiculous. You compare it to any other big animal, a bear, like too close. But I think that's the key, is being calm, cool, and collective, and being respectful. And so, yeah. So, James, next time you're going to go with me. We're going to experience some stuff, man, like that. We're going to hopefully get it on video. And we do need better equipment. I mean, the fact that, even
I was actually looking at getting a better recorder.
It wasn't quite there to get it. And so we definitely do need better equipment. There's no doubt about that. And
I've been looking into getting a better audio recorder, because the one I have is okay, but it doesn't capture distant audio, which it's kind of important.
Yeah. Exactly.
So Tyler gave me a few recommendations, which are a little more expensive, but I might be willing to get one.
Yeah, that's the thing. Funding is always hard, and we're just average people and stuff. It's not like we're millionaires or anything like that. But like Elon Musk, if he spent some money on this, that'd be awesome. And I think he could find Bigfoot within a year with the money he could drop on it. So, but it's the average citizens that are doing this, and But yeah, we're definitely going to get invested in more better equipment, and honestly, better techniques and approaches and ways that we're going to go about encounters and stuff, that it's going to be different. And we're going to be filming that you guys can see. Because, a lot of this year has really been a wake-up call to me, and experiencing encounters out there and experiencing other researchers and doing certain things with people, and looking back and how the way I reacted, we're going to be doing some different techniques and hopefully have better interactions.
So do you want to go over that footage I have now, or?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, if you want to share it, let's share it.
Yeah, I might have to skip through some stuff because it's not the best quality, but because this is filmed on my phone, at least this section, and I have other stuff filmed on a GoPro, so it's way better. So let me just pull it up.
No, it's okay. It's just gonna be the superstructure, so I think people are gonna get a general sense of it.
Yeah.
And I got some stuff loaded up on here we could show. I guess we can show some interesting audio we got, and some other stuff. And all right, let me get this going for us.
Oh geez. Oh, I guess it's stuck there forever. Okay. Uh-oh. What's going on?
Yeah, just push play on it. It'll
Yep. Okay.
work.
I took a. This is me. We're approaching the teepee right now.
Awesome.
I'm just not doing any audio because it's kind of scuffed.
No, that's fine. The leaf litter and all that. I totally understand.
So this is. Actually, I don't think this is the first time. It might be the first time seeing it. I'm not sure. I'm filming from the backside, so you can see that like all the trees are like inward, and they're actual like trees that are made of the structure. You can tell that looked like it got ripped out right there.
Yeah, I remember going to that and seeing that. Even after a couple of years after, it still had the destruction and where you guys found footprints and stuff. It was very interesting. You can see where the root balls were ripped off out of the ground and placed in there.
Actually, I'm
And
not
I
sure if
believe
this
there
is
was,
this. I'm not sure if this is the first time seeing it or the second time seeing it. I guess I'll find out when we look at it.
it was recent though. It was as recent as it was
No, I
made.
meant this video, but yeah, I got it.
Yeah. No, like it was made, and then you guys first discovered it. I think that's pretty much when it was there. It definitely seems bigger than what we went back to and visited. And you guys found some hairs in there and took some casts and all that. Some good evidence that showed that it was not really man-made. You know,
Yeah, even the BFRO came out and investigated it, but they didn't really do a great investigation from what I heard.
yeah.
I'm inside of it right now, by the way.
I heard the same thing, and
I was looking for hairs in there. This might be the first time. I'm not sure. Here's a closer up shot of all the logs, the size of them.
yeah,
I think I
it's
eventually go around the whole thing and show it off. I think I'm taking a few photos here. I think that's what's going on there. Yeah, this is the back side of it. I'm about to go around it.
Yeah, I found it pretty compelling, honestly, and with everything else. The BFR didn't really take it seriously because it's a structure, right? And they honestly don't associate Bigfoot with tree structures and stuff like that. They wouldn't confirm it. They wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Or at least they weren't given that permission. I guess maybe I should say. They weren't given permission to associate the Bigfoot with the stuff. And, so unfortunately, it's biased, and they, even considering the evidence, cataloging it, and so, anyways, we the person who's found this, and you guys, you cataloged it. We've shot evidence out there.
Here, let me stream it again. I'll pull up another thing.
Awesome.
That was all I had for the TP. Let me see what we got in the GoPro section. Yeah, you can go over if you want. Talk about it real quick.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it was interesting going there and checking all that out. And, well, what can I say? From our experiences, my doing this before the Lost Cryptids and starting this group and having fun with all the people. They seem to be pretty much everywhere in Michigan, and I would assume so in a lot of states because there's a lot of healthy population, and I think because of the witnesses, the terrain, what I experience here in Michigan and the environment that it is, the Midwest, it's going to be similar to other Midwest states. And, there's a lot more rugged states than Michigan. And so you really have to think there's a lot of landmass out there, expansive wilderness and varieties of habitats that if they're thriving here this much in Michigan, they're certainly thriving in other states and other environments that are more widely open and more accessible to them and less humans and stuff like Canada, in Alaska, and there's other parts of the world. So I find it fascinating and stuff that how close they get to human habitation here in Michigan and what they're thriving like, because most average people would say there's no way a Bigfoot would be here in lower Michigan or in Michigan. And, they're only, the Pacific Northwest. There's no Florida and these other states, or Bigfoot in these other states like Florida, and there's no Bigfoot and, all these other states that are reporting them, because people can't really think about the idea that these creatures are getting very close to our civilization, our homes, our backyards, especially in the countryside, but actually up to suburban areas and just outside of these zones of our cities. So,
Yeah, they're getting pretty close.
yeah, from our experiences and the way Michigan's set up, is they have to be very close to people's backyards in the countryside, and they do get up to cities. And there's reports of them being, in Detroit or next to Detroit and some of these other suburbs that a lot of average people would never consider and probably scoff at, honestly. But we have the data, we have the reports. There's reports going back all through the 1900s, 1800s, 1700s, and even reports in the 1600s here in Michigan, going all the way back to the fur traders from France. So they've been here the last, 300 to 400 years. So with the white people accounts, and then Native Americans goes back thousands of years. So, but what are they? What do they do? What's their agenda? That is the interesting part, because the Native Americans talk about them being a tribe, talk about elder brothers and spirit guardians and cannibal giants that eat people. We know apes eat people, and there's a recent footage of an orangutan eating a smaller monkey. That it's the first of its kind of orangutan eating another one, monkey.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We know that chimps do that, but there was another video of a chimp murdering another member of their group who was exiled and stuff, basically, because it's a rare event, rarely caught in video, and so they showed some pretty interesting traits and what they did and emotions and stuff. And some people think they're evolving into their Stone Age and stuff, but the way they how they murdered him and what they did with the body and stuff, showed a lot of insight into kind of primal humanity and stuff. So it begged the question of what happens to rogues within the Bigfoot community. Do they get exiled, or do they get flat out murdered?
Yeah.
Because in the chimp world, that it can happen, and even chimps go to war and stuff, and go to war and fight, and basically all animals and even humans, fight for dominance. Males, fight for other males for dominance, and so there's a hierarchy of, and it just begs the question: what's their relationship with each other, and how does that all work? How can we get that on film? Because that's something that could prove it. If you could get a group of Sasquatches that are filming their, primal or humanistic emotions and traits and everyday things, I think that would prove Sasquatch. You don't need anything else. I mean, so very interesting stuff that's coming out in the animal kingdom. A lot of interesting videos and stuff. So I like to look at that to for references and stuff, because there's a lot of natural stuff, and I think Sasquatch is natural, and I think there's mystical stuff out there too. But if it's out there and we experience it, we're gonna try to get it on film. We're gonna try to get it on audio for you guys, and seeing is believing, and hopefully we can show you guys. So that's what we're about, and it's not easy for sure, but you know, I think we're gonna get pretty lucky and get some good stuff going. So we're gonna be getting some better equipment as always, and going some insane areas, and going back down to Florida and stuff, and gonna go other places and other states and stuff, and host some great expeditions here, and gonna invite researchers from around the country. Actually, if they want to attend a real deal stuff here in Michigan with us, and actually push the envelope, and you guys really want to go and find Bigfoot, then let's go and do it. We're gonna be opening to do that, and we're gonna do it. So. All right, let's take a look at this video. I see it popped up, and
Oh yeah.
but yeah, we'll talk about.
I've been just letting you talk. So.
No. I'll talk about that here in a little bit. What that kind of plan is about. So let's check this superstructure out a little bit more.
Yeah, it's not actually 18 minutes long, but like, yeah.
No, that's fine. It's great.
I'm gonna skip some of it because it's like a full blown video I made. But yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's great evidence, you know.
This is actually way better HD, so it's not blurry.
Now,
I actually edited this one.
Yeah, and you're showing the scratches here.
Yeah, the scratches on a log right now.
And the one side looks, you know, people would say animal scratches, but the other side, indentations, is very interesting. Those ones. Look.
I can go back if you want me to.
No, it's all good.
Yeah.
Those ones, yeah.
It lines up like pretty much perfectly with his hand, but just a little bit larger. What's up?
They did not have any cuts on that side. The other side had some cuts, but that marking did not.
There were some like little scratches right there as well. Ah, jeez.
Right. On that side, there's some scratches, but on the other side, there wasn't. And there's scratches on the right side, or on the other side of the log too.
Yeah, this is for sure the first day that I was there.
Yeah, this was fresh. You know, this was pretty fresh.
This is like within 2 weeks of it being put up. Yeah, but it's been up for like 3 years now, and nobody's taken it down. It's still on the 2-track. Nobody wants to touch it.
Right. I think some people probably think it's going to be a hunt blind and stuff, but honestly, the way it's constructed, it would take a couple beefy guys to be able to do it. And why wouldn't they just use chainsaws to cut it down instead of ripping these trees out of the ground and hoisting these tree roots with these, you know, massive, you know, dirt clumps on them into place to form this structure that is really not really good to shoot out of, but it's not really a big open window to hunt, and there was no evidence of fire pits or anything like that. If a human was going to construct that, why wouldn't they cut it, chainsaw and stuff, and put it into place? I mean, you're talking
There's a print right there
pounds of logs, and some of them were long.
I'm just taking pictures of prints right now that are found around the teepee.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't really have anything to compare them with. Like, I didn't bring my own tape measure, so I'm using my knife that I usually carry. Actually, I can measure that knife right now, actually.
Well, there you go. It always helps to have something at least you can compare it to later. But as you can see, you know, some of them,
my knife is
perfect foots and stuff, you know, but they are indentations that are very odd and not normal animals. And you actually have 2 prints side by side that seems to be ripping a tree out of the ground.
Yeah,
where it stood. So
my knife is about 11 1/4 inches.
Okay, so just under a foot, and then it was roughly about the same size, or just slightly bigger.
What, the prints?
Yeah.
Well, we have to go back and check.
No, that's okay. It's I wonder if you knew. They look about the same.
I don't have all the prints. Someone else does. I only have one.
Right.
So,
I know.
Yeah. I don't know what they all are.
Yeah, it was an excellent find, you know, and
What is this?
you guys did cast some tracks.
Yeah, we casted them
found
all. I think it's in this video actually.
found a handprint and stuff too.
Oh, am I inside of it? Oh, I think that's what's going on. I was inside of it. Let me
Yeah,
geez.
if you actually when you get done showing what you're going to show, we stop it at the entrance of the sheltering. Take a look at that. I'm glad this. You know, I tried using this feature last time and was messing with it today, but.
Oh yeah, last time, yeah.
Yeah. I have some.
Oh,
videos
there's a deer print inside of a Bigfoot print.
Right.
Like a Bigfoot, like a deer stepped onto the Bigfoot print.
And that was pretty good when you back up and stuff. It's pretty large and stuff.
I can't get a good stop.
Yeah, keep going just a little bit.
Well, either way, there's a deer print right there, and it's inside of a Bigfoot print.
Yeah, and you guys are excited and stuff, and there's a lot going on. And, you know, you guys did a good job. You guys did make some casts, and you guys did get some video comparisons, and yeah, that's pretty sizable. I mean, that
was pretty big. I got some rock clack in here. I can. Did you hear it or no?
On my end, no. I have my volume turned down a little bit.
Oh, okay. Well, it's like a dit basically.
Yeah, but I've watched this video and stuff before, and the rock clacking, and we've heard that several times. And it's you know, it's very interesting. And there's audio that Tyler got that something is actually using a stick to hit a tree because it breaks apart, and you can hear the stick.
I got a break on a tree.
Break and hit the ground.
We're going back to cast right now. I think it'll get into a wide view in a minute here. Oh, hold up. We got a knock. I will turn this up. I don't know if I got it on audio or not, but basically there was something moving by the teepee, and there was a knock that also happened. And he's calling it the house because we didn't know what it was at that point, you know. But yeah, we're thinking something was going to run out from it as we approached it because we're going back there to cast the prints.
You guys were hoping you'd see something run out.
Actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. You guys actually, you know, did go back out and cast some prints and stuff. I mean,
there we go. We're casting, yeah.
Actually going out and trying and stuff, you know, and doing the work. And it takes practice, you know. You gotta actually, the more you practice doing that, the better you get. And you want to get the consistency like pancake batter. So you can practice making pancakes and get good at making casts because you want the same consistency. So
yeah, I mean, they came out pretty good too. I think we had one of them break on us, which did suck, even though we waited like a full day to go get it. It was all the moisture in the ground because it's in like moss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not easy, and it does take practice and different terrain in the soil. It's gonna all affect it. I mean, it's really hard to get different prints from casts from different terrains. So
Here we go.
awesome that you guys did get what you got.
I don't know what this footage is. Oh, it's just the prints. Okay. Yeah, see, it's like a whole like movement there.
See now, yeah, that shows a little bit more definition right there. It's a little easier for people to see that.
Yeah, I'll pause it.
And they are pretty big. It looks.
Ah, jeez.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Okay, looks like there's one back here. Maybe not that, but there's one there, and one there, and you can just tell it's a walking movement.
Yeah, is that the hole where the tree was?
Right here? No, not there.
On the right
It's
side?
way over here. It's over here more off the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, right there actually. Yeah.
Yeah, they're right there.
Yeah. See, it looks like it's stand right there.
Right. Because you
ripped
got
a tree out of the
cast right
ground.
there, where it appeared to rip the tree out and use it.
Yeah, the people in this video are Chuck Sutherland, William Sowards that actually found the TP, and Chuck Sutherland's son as well.
Yep. And then you got you out there and filmed it, and
Yeah, Chuck invited me the day I was at my high school marching band thing, and he invited me up. I wasn't still in high school. It was like I went there a year after I graduated, like as an alumni.
right.
And then I was like, you know what, man, I'll drive up there just because I was going out in the field for like a long time. And by a long time, I mean like a year and a half or so, maybe 2 years, by myself. And then he invited me up, and I was like, I'll go with you, man.
Yeah, I mean, you kept going and going.
Yeah,
ever since.
I kept showing all my
old now.
evidence in group chats of what I find. I posted just like weird structures, pretty much. That's all it was.
Right. No, and there's the. I think that's a hand right there.
Yep, that was a handprint we casted inside the teepee, which
Right,
someone
yeah.
still has. I don't know who has it though.
If you want to go,
Yeah.
compare it to right here.
Yeah, right
Yeah,
there.
watch
It's
it.
comparing it to that, and then they'll do it to the other side as well. And we're like, yep, it matches up. And then the
Okay.
other side, it also matches up. Let me see if I got a.
If you can go back to where, if
There
you
we
look
go,
at the
there we
other
go.
side of that, yeah, you can see the toes right there a little bit. If
You mean
if
of the? Want me to look at this
flip it
later?
over,
Yeah.
it kind of looks a little bit better. You can see the toes a little differently.
Oh, don't look at that.
That's your aftermath. You giving the summary and talking about it.
Yeah. Here, let me find.
Everyone should check out the Collar Kid out. Subscribe to his channel.
Well, that's actually not the channel I use.
Well, you
I
got
don't
some
really
stuff
upload
on your
anymore.
channel and stuff, and no, this is great stuff. Go back a
He's
little
about
bit
to
more.
turn it over, I think. Hold on.
Yeah, when he turns it over, you can kind of see the toes slightly better because it doesn't have the dirt on it.
There we go.
Well, we know a bear is not making this structure.
See, it looks like a hand. Or maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'll get a better one. Hold on.
See, you can see it a little bit different, a little bit more better defined in how widespread it actually is. I think all the circumstantial evidence of the footprints you found, the evidence of this destruction, and the evidence of the weight of some of these branches and logs and
Right.
trees, these dead trees, and they were alive trees at the time.
Since I don't feel like getting mine out right now, I'll just show this video. This is one of the prints that I was able to take home.
All right, well, I'll shut that down. And no, exactly. I think it kind of, in my mind, in my opinion, it kind of proves that Sasquatch manipulation.
Here we go. I give like a depth thing of it.
Oh, of your print.
Yeah, I show it from like the sides and zoomed up and everything.
All right, look at that.
I even compared my phone to
You're like
it.
zooming through it though, but
Oh
yeah,
man, yeah.
and that's pretty good. That's pretty wide and pretty long and stuff. So
I have
honestly,
a size 12 foot, so for like a shoe, so it's pretty big.
yeah. So that's like 4 or 5 inches bigger and stuff. So and wide,
Yeah, it's
very
huge.
wide heel. So pretty good stuff. And
I'm seeing if I can get like a zoom in at the toes. I'm not sure if I do or not. There's like a minute left. Heck, do I talk about for a minute?
no,
I mean,
you did a good job and stuff and good
here we
video
go.
going through it. And
Oh, I was showing the mid-tarsal break at that one point. Yeah, I remember now. Because there is a definable mid-tarsal break right around there, I think. Let me see here. Nope, it's over here. Yeah, here we go. No, yeah, I think it's right there is a mid-tarsal break. Can kind of see it there. Trying to see.
yeah, we found a few tracks that kind of show that honestly, or something going on.
Yeah,
Seems
I'll
to
get
be
a
that
better view of
feature.
that. All right, well that is it.
Oh, that's awesome. Thanks, man.
Oh, look, that one's pretty good there. Yeah.
Every time. But we got some other videos and stuff we can show real quick of some interesting evidence and stuff, of course. So let's play this one. This is a good one that me and you got of some knocks and stuff that we got.
Well, there's a big pile of mess. They could have flipped around and stuff. Yeah. Well, there's a big pile of mess. They could have flipped around and stuff. Yeah. Well, there's a big pile of mess. They could have flipped around and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. That was a really good knock, honestly, in that day. We got some other ones though here, so let's take a look when we had some people out, some independent researchers along with us out in this place in Western Michigan, and we were hearing stuff and trying to view it on different equipment. We actually followed it and chased after it, and seemingly was paralleling us and just staying beyond our reach, and we did actually capture it walking away and stuff. So we'll take a listen to a few of these clips.
Just don't move.
I can't see nothing on that.
It's over there.
I know, I hear it. I'm just trying to film you guys. I'm not trying to blind you guys. All right, we're gonna push in after.
We pushed in after it actually at that point and chase after it, and Tyler's using thermal, and in a particular video and clips I got, you can see us going into the woods, chasing after it, and actually running through the woods. But you don't ever see anything moving out of the woods or anything. It's very, very weird. But we did try. So we got some more of this walking away and stuff. So this next one is actually louder, and again we chase after it, and it was a pretty amazing time actually, and showed how elusive they are. So take a listen to this. And again, we're using thermal, and we're using IR night vision and stuff like that, and yet we're not able to see it. It was actually at that point I say, all right, let's go after it the second time, and that's when like I said, Tyler was filming with thermal, and you can see us going in the woods, and like I said, we could just hear that thing, and it sounds pretty close. And the thermal doesn't pick it up. You see us running, and uh, we eventually, continued to follow it, and had some interaction, and we were actually trying to do some intimidation stuff, some stupid stuff at the time. But I was trying to push it and try to see what was going on, what it was. And so we did some foot stomps and breaking some tree limbs, and we heard a foot stomp where we heard basically it had announced itself, and then we were walking back, and one person had seen it across the trail when he turned back, about 8 foot up or 9 foot. It was pretty massive, and he said it walked across the trail. And again, we were right there. We walked back to the spot. We didn't hear nothing move around, but yet he had seen a massive creature cross the trail in front of him and block out the moonlight and seen it pass. And we walked to that spot, and even the next day, and no really good footprints that could have been castable. There was tracks, but it didn't look like Sasquatch. And being there at nighttime, I didn't hear nothing move away. It should be the size of a Sasquatch. It's just very interesting. It just, again, one of those times where, and the next night and stuff, we have interaction. Stuff gets thrown, and we hear stuff and hissing, and so we got some more of that. So this is something.
Before you play another clip, how much longer are you gonna be on?
I don't know. It's about 3 hours, probably. I don't know why you get off here.
No, I was gonna ask if you want to post that link again, see if anyone else wants to join her.
Yeah, sure. I'll post the link.
I try to post it, but I'm not a moderator, so
I will change that. I'm gonna have to change that.
Yeah, I think you can't post links if you're not a moderator, because I tried to twice. Which makes sense, but yeah.
All right, there's the link for anyone who wants to come on and stuff. Just kind of behave yourself. We kind of chill and kind of tolerate a lot, but don't be
Yeah, come talk to us
or...
about our encounters or just subjects in general. We're okay with diving into.
Yeah, we're gonna go probably just for a little bit longer, but we'll throw that in there.
Maybe like a half hour at the most, but yeah.
Let's check out this video. So this is where we go chasing and stuff. Like I said, the second time we heard it, like I just played, and we go chasing after, and we're filming that thermal. This is what I hear, and you hear this thump and stuff, and when I actually investigate it, it's a steep gully that goes down to a creek bottom, and it sounded like something was running and jumped and splashed through some trees and bushes, and so you can hear this thud. So this is the thud I heard.
You're not unmuted. You
That one was,
unmuted me.
going out there and stuff. That was it's pretty interesting hearing that in the real time person, but it is kind of hard to hear. I know. We're just lucky we got it, but another interesting part of the first night. So that was the second night, or that was the first night actually. The second night we had some different stuff happening that we have, but before all this, in another location, we hear an excellent knock that a dog reacts to that we have out there, and has been along on several expeditions that the Lost Cryptids had thrown. And so you hear this knock, and the dog reacts to it and runs back to us. And so let's take a look at this and listen to this.
I got a signal out here. Okay. I got a signal out here. Okay.
So yeah, that was that was a pretty loud one. That was pretty close to us. So we actually heard that and tried to, thought, what was that? Did the dog smack his head on a tree, a tree or something like? Because honestly, there's not what's making these sounds out there.
Well,
And so we walk
Or
over
would-
towards that area and didn't experience
Or,
nothing. So we moved to a different area, and that's when all the clips I just played were captured.
are woodpeckers nocturnal?
Are woodpeckers? There's some birds that are nocturnal, but I believe woodpeckers are mostly active during the daytime. But then again, any animal can come out and do whatever. But
Yeah.
no, that's a lot louder than a woodpecker.
Well, yeah, I'm just asking in general because some knocks you do get are a little weird.
Yeah, and people should actually be in the woods and experience normal wildlife and hear it because, so you don't think everything's a Sasquatch out there, and you can tell the difference between these sort of things and actually critically think and deduce, what is actually happening, what are you experiencing, what are you hearing, what are you seeing, what is actually going on instead of, everything's a Sasquatch. So, hunting, being a hunter and stuff, that actually helps because you get into that perception and mindset of observing everything more intensely than you normally would. There's a variety of different skills and practice that you need to have to get proficient at doing this and be more professional and disciplined, I guess, because being out there and experiencing stuff, you get rattled up. People especially are new or people who just are experiencing stuff and for the first time and stuff, the more they experience, and especially at the intensity of it in that situation, they get, it's hard for everything to get smoothly done and filmed and evidence to be taken. So practice and all that. So we have the next night of audio and stuff that was captured. That it's very interesting. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and we'll talk about that after it's played. What was that? I don't know. Did you hear that hiss? Oh my God, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Something just got thrown in the water.
Yeah.
Oh my God, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Something just got thrown in the water.
Yeah.
Oh my God, did you hear that? Something just got thrown in the water. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, did you hear that? Something just got thrown in the water. Yeah. Oh my God, did you hear that? Something just got thrown in the water. Yeah. Oh my God, did you hear that? Something just got thrown in the water. Yeah. Oh my God, did you hear that? Something just got thrown in the water. Yeah. Oh my God, did you hear that? Something just got thrown in the water. Yeah. Oh my God, did you hear that? Something just got thrown in the water. Yeah. Oh my God, did you hear that? Something just got thrown in the water. Yeah. Oh my God, did you hear that? Something just got thrown in the water. Yeah. Oh my God, did you hear that? Something just got thrown in the water. Yeah. Oh my God, did you hear that? Something just got thrown in the water. Yeah. Oh my God, did you hear that? Something
Yeah.
Oh my god, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Something just got thrown into the water.
Yeah. Sabe. You hear that? Sabe. You hear that? Sabe. You hear that? Sabe. You hear that? Sabe. You hear that?
Yeah. Our equipment did hear that. And you hear that grunt at the end, that huh, a response that we hear and stuff. And in the beginning of that clip, you hear this hiss, you tss, and we hear it, we react to it, and it's close, and you hear Josh actually react to it in a way that he jumps a little bit. You can hear it in his voice, and it's pretty intense. And as it progressed, you hear that something get thrown in the water, and it is pretty massive. And we were hearing stuff around us, and at the same time, other people were having stuff thrown at their truck at the same time as us hearing this stuff thrown at us, or not at us. It was actually 20, 25 yards, 35 yards away in a creek, but it was. I mean, you're talking about a big rock. I mean, a big rock that is, if it was thrown at one of us, we would have been in critical care or dead. So
Great.
it is seriously though. But again, none of the stuff that happened was I would classify as aggressive in any way. It was a show of letting us know they were there. Certainly. The first night, chasing them and pushing the envelope and being stupid and trying to intimidate, causing reaction, probably was stupid, but I honestly think that they were not mad or anything, and pretty curious, and understood why we were there. And again, we were trying to play around and trying to mess around and play. So if an intelligent creature, and even in the animal kingdom, play, it would show a lot of emotions and our intent and stuff. So possibly get them to interact more and in a friendly way, certainly, because they have the ability to take you out pretty fast. And that the size of that rock that hit that creek, that splash, and you can hear the reactions. It's intimidating. It's intense. So when people actually start to experience this stuff, you in the moment, if you're not practiced and trained and stuff, try to remain calm. It's hard, but it's intense. It's hard. So trying to get evidence and stuff and remaining calm and not having shaky video and stuff. I mean, honestly, it's
difficult.
Honestly, you're in the moment. You're just on instincts. And but the more you practice and stuff, the better you get. And so as like in the video we have of Jake McKenzie and myself, I try to make sure that we stay extremely calm, and Jason stays very calm, because he's in an intense situation in the moment, because he was kind of skeptical, and he is searching and stuff for Sasquatch, and in that moment it was the most intense thing he's experienced. And so I
would have been mine too.
Staying calm, staying very calm, and making sure that situation stays that way was very important to me. And so yeah, we don't stay too long, because it was incredible to have multiple Sasquatches around us that close and show us. I mean, and I did thank them for showing themselves to us. So out of respect and stuff, don't want to push the envelope too much, because it's a lot easier, hopefully, to get evidence with honey, not vinegar. So a relation type relationship type of thing. Because what's going to happen next time? Me and Jason go out there, or I go out there, or Jason goes out there. I mean, just because other people go out there doesn't mean anything would happen. There's plenty of chances and stuff. So there's a potential to keep going out in these different places and get recognized. And what if you get recognized across the state of, Michigan and stuff, of course. Who knows? If they're tribal people and stuff, words get us around, these crazy people looking for us and stuff. But there's a dangerous aspect to this that don't want to scare you, James, but there's missing people in a lot of these areas, and Val has reports of them doing some pretty dangerous
In what area?
people and all over.
Well, yeah, of course.
And them acting in ways that, I mean, when you're out there and you're that close, your life is in their hands, and you got to remain calm and don't piss them off.
Does he have like a police reports and stuff, or is this just Bigfoot reports?
He has Bigfoot reports, newspaper reports,
or like a police database that has Bigfoot reports?
No, it doesn't work like that. If there's a call log and actually a report made, like there's some reports and calls made of it, but that would be just a normal police report that would have that, and it would actually be in a public database. But no, he gets this, just from newspapers and witnesses and people contacting and networking, and but there is newspaper clippings of the Monroe Monster in 1960s that terrorized people, and there are police affidavits made and reports and attacks that had happened. And there's a lot of stuff in the 50s and 60s all across the country that led up to this Bigfoot explosion in the Patterson film. So the 50s and I would say all the 1900s, actually, there's a lot of fascinating reports of wild men and Sasquatch and attacks that a lot of people don't know about. That
what do you mean by brutal attacks?
Humans being found beaten and smashed, and sometimes their heads dislocated and separated from the spine or spun around with their gun bent, and footprints found, or cows' heads that were shoved into their body cavity in some massive injury of force. And the typical deer attack and deer, it's a signature that seems to be Sasquatch related, of them breaking a hind leg or breaking a leg of a deer, or taking the leg, breaking it and taking the leg, and these carcasses found that are missing these legs, or one leg that seemingly is not hunting related, and very odd pictures. He actually just shared a picture that would be too gruesome to share, but it was of a donkey with a spinal column still attached, detached from the whole body, but still attached to its head.
Oh, jeez.
Head is fairly mutilated and very, very interesting, and it was related to Sasquatch and stuff all around the property and stuff is what is suspected. And there's other pictures and stuff, testimony out there, and they're not all friendly forest giants. These forest friendly people, and in some ways, we've had a lot of good encounters, and but they have their own emotions and identities, and we don't know their cultural structure and how they actually operate towards humans. And I really don't think they really give a crap about us, but at the same time, maybe they want to reach out, possibly, I don't know. But again, you don't want to make one mad, and these rogues or individuals that are starving, or old ones or young ones that are testosterone filled, could be very dangerous and very wild and unpredictable. But so we've been kind of lucky. And again, in that situation, how much do you really want to push the envelope? Because people do go missing, and having at least 3, maybe more Sasquatch around us. Could have went missing easily. And, if I would have went missing with Jason, I mean, that
We would have found you eventually, maybe.
who knows? But honestly, something weird would have happened because
We had guys with guns at camp, so I mean, we would have gone straight and found you probably. Maybe. I mean, all you had to do really, if you were in danger, was fire one round off, and we'd be coming towards you.
well, in that situation, and it's on film and stuff. Well, when I pointed the gun towards the direction, we heard it. We were not filming. They announced themselves. I pointed my gun towards the direction, but at the ground, because I didn't see the target yet. I didn't know. I didn't identify what exactly made the noise. I was thinking a bear, a wolf, or a mountain lion, or cougar, because we've seen these tracks along the week we were there. And instantaneously, we could hear scattering, and I put the gun away because it felt like there was possible Sasquatch stuff going on, and then we did encounter. They showed themselves, and so, but they were once I put the gun away. At any moment they could have got that, and I would never be able to get shot off quick enough. But I think they did take a chance because I did have a gun and I did point it at them. I mean, it's not like it. And they did take a chance because either they did it on purpose or they made a mistake. But either way, they did show themselves to us. So they did take a chance that even though this person has a gun, he maybe he's not going to shoot at us. And of course, I never took the gun off my shoulder until I got back to camp to sit down and stuff. So the gun did not matter and stuff. I think, honestly, if they catch you off guard and slacking and not fully armed and prepped and ready to go, a gun doesn't really matter because these things were so close to us. And they seemed to be pretty massive. The heads were massive. The power and stuff, it is kind of scary. It's unbelievably intimidating.
Yeah, it's pretty intimidating.
No, it is because of my 18 years experience. I'm going to 31 now. I've been doing this, experiencing this stuff since I was 13 and reading and books and all that before that. But yeah, that was looking at the videos and stuff and just watching all and rethink about it. It was pretty intimidating if you really think about it. And it was extremely close and a very extreme situation, honestly. And so we got some great film and get some evidence of it. And you see our encounter, and you're going to see our reactions, what we do, and
some good audio evidence, hopefully.
Honestly, not. I'm still trying to look through stuff, and
if you got some from Robert Kreider's thing, send it to me.
Yeah.
Or do you not know where the audio is?
I don't think I got him stuff, but
yeah.
But on the recorders that I got more stuff. I meant to send with you, and
you'll get it. It's fine.
But on that video, they're pretty silent. But we got some stuff around camp. Actually, it was pretty awesome. So very interesting and very successful, I think, and a lot of cooperation with a lot of different researchers, and the Sea Squatchers were there, and they did a pretty awesome job, and they actually did some remote viewing for us, and did have some indicate. They've done that in the past, and we're actually spot on with some spots that Jen hit.
I think they said to the spot we went in where they did their remote viewing. We went to the spot where they said they were there, and we didn't find anything. I'm pretty sure.
No, we didn't find anything.
But they did say they did say that we were in the wrong spot, but they were there.
Yeah, Well, they are there. I mean, the whole region around
Oh yeah, I was with you.
is
So
perfect.
we
We
got
went a
to
whole
that one
different way.
spot. Yeah. We got to a spot that
We
was
went off
pretty
trail,
kind of
way
yeah.
off
It was
trail.
yeah, we were off trail, but we got to a spot that was pretty squatchy. And I think if we kept going, we might have found something.
Yeah, if
But
we
it
would
was getting a
explored
little
that,
sketchy because no one knew where we were exactly. So
yeah,
we were going towards water sources, which usually there's something there. So we might have seen something, but I don't know.
there's
I
some good
think we were
track.
just off. I think we were in the general area, but we weren't like exactly where they would have been. I don't
Yeah,
know exactly where it was, but we were if we kept walking, we probably would have eventually found something.
yeah. Actually, I think so. And that environment was way different than what we camped at and stuff. So
Yeah, exactly. It was like a 180, pretty much different,
yeah, it was a beachy, sandy and stuff, and
and
very
trees everywhere. Yeah,
in this different landscape that they thrive in, and different animals. We've seen bear tracks, and we found wolf tracks and cougar tracks up there. Actually, it looked like cougar tracks because they didn't have any claws that appeared to be on the ground, and didn't look like a bear track like we had seen previously. But big old wolf track that me and you had found. So it's a very healthy
yeah,
environment, of
yeah. We
course.
did.
And the Sasquatch experiences that the whole week adding up, there was a lot of stuff, that added up. But the final experience that we experienced and other people when we brought them to camp and everyone hearing the awesome howls, man, honestly,
Was
it
on
did.
the last day that
It was second to last, I think.
second to last day before the encounter?
Second to
Or
the second to last day was the encounter. The next night, when we were out there and stuff, I don't believe much happened.
no, I meant like for Jason Kensey. Was that his last day when he saw it, or
Um, I don't remember if that was
because he slept in
Friday
the
or
truck and
Tuesday.
then did you guys leave like in the morning? I don't remember. Or maybe not. Maybe he went
Yeah,
back to
yeah,
the
he
house
left.
after that.
I don't think he was there the next day,
Oh, okay.
the next night. But it was awesome. I'm glad that there's some evidence of our encounter, and that's what hopefully should happen. It's hard, you should always be filming, but it is hard to get some good equipment that can film that long or can charge and film at the same time and do a lot of stuff because it is required. Because when you start forgetting stuff, you should instantly start recording and. But it's hard and stuff because stuff happens and all of a sudden it goes silent and nothing happens for a couple minutes and if you gotta save your battery and charge it up because you can't film at the same time, it's like you gotta shut it off. But we'll get some better equipment and some better evidence too, and we got some good stuff. So let's go take a look at a little bit better stuff that we got. So here's a piece of evidence that is it's Bob Daigle's, and he gave me this file and stuff to enhance it and stuff, which I did a little bit and trying to work at it. And this is a older film, VHS video of a Sasquatch destroying a shed or a garage. It is very impressive, and I think it is the real deal for sure. And Bob Daigle is kind of a godfather Bigfoot researcher of Michigan who is not as well known as he should be, probably, honestly. And I've been out in the field with him about last year or so, and still gets around and does all this, and very good presenter, and has done a lot of research in Ohio and Michigan, and upstanding guy. So here's a video that he has actually acquired through his research and of different people. And I think this was not in Michigan. I think this is in Ohio. I believe I have to look at the thing, but Here, let's take a look at this. Watch this. Yeah, as you can see, it's punching actually these boards off, and appears to be a humanoid figure. It actually picks up some concrete and throws it. Right here, see it picks it up, and look how hard and it chucks this from underhand throwing.
Oh,
No.
it's dying.
It bounces off the corner of the doorway and ricochets. So I think that takes some power. This isn't actually the video I have. This was a copy of the file he gave me, so I did enhancements. So this is actually just a screenshot of the stuff. But you can still see it. And the other one, I zoom in a little bit. It has brighter colors. And so yeah, and he sent that to the news. He did a news story on that. He sent me that in the original, and sent me another video and stuff. And it's one by it's a figure by a car and stuff, and that figure goes into the woods, and Bob thinks it was a Sasquatch and stuff. And that one's a little harder to, it's just too far away in the video technology at the time. Was not as sharp and stuff, so it's just too hard to tell. But I do believe Bob and his research, and pretty sure that what he encountered and filmed that is a Sasquatch. But I don't have that video ready or anything. But that one is a lot more detailed and interesting, and so he's not he's not as recognized as he should be. I think he deserves to be, and there's other people and stuff that should be too. But yeah, he's a great guy. So here we'll show. Let's see. Let me check out what's going on in chat.
Nothing much really.
All right, so we got a little bit of people watching us and stuff. So those of us who stick around for this much are tuning in. So we'll show you a little bit of special evidence that we've shown on here before. So there's a small clip of some evidence we caught in the UP. Just a little sneak peek and to kind of dip your guys' taste in some of the stuff to look forward to on Jason's documentary, and the evidence we're gonna drop and present and look over and go through, and you guys can experience for yourselves and see. So here's a little sneak peek that we're gonna do again. All right, so you guys want to look in the top left corner, and it's going to be slowly presenting itself. Top left corner. So this was caught on one of Robert Kreider's mini cameras with IR light. I think this was 940 nanometers of infrared light of spectrum that was caught of this individual up to the very edge of where the camera light seemingly could penetrate, and you have a single eye that opens up and then eventually slowly closes the same way. And there's other clips of this, and we actually have people that did see this at camp at different times. And we actually did experience this live in real time because we were streaming it off a phone. and we noticed it on the phone, and we were watching it, and again, we didn't hear nothing move away. We didn't hear nothing approach us, and we did try to investigate it. And people went out, and at the same time, we didn't want to push the envelope, but it was right there, and it's standing considerably high. You're talking about 8 foot high, give or take. So yeah, a little sneak peek of that. And there's more good stuff. And again, that camera spectrum is not a colored IR light, because most IR lights and cameras are not colored. But hopefully, the next year and stuff, it will be a common feature on every camera to be colored night vision and get drastic colors and stuff, and we can get eye shine colors and stuff, because what do they appear like in the IR spectrum? They need to be compared, because eye shine and stuff and colors rely on a variety of things between the light source, what color the light source is, a regular light, white light. You can have red lights, hunting lights, and green lights, and IR lights are going to be different and stuff, and are different through color diversion. So there needs to be a lot of comparisons and stuff of different animals, because we're going to show this next clip of this eye shine of the single eye again, a single eye that we got up in the UP. This other one is a single eye that was filmed in Florida on colored night vision technology that is red. Now, what would have that shined if that technology was colored in the UP? It would have been interesting. So take a look at this in this encounter right here.
I got eye shine right in front of me. I said, there's eye shine right here, left of me. Directly left. One eyeball. No. I think it sees the IR light. It is directly left of us.
All right, so this one doesn't have audio, and it's a little bit zoomed in. But again, it appears to be a single eye. Whatever it is, it really does have supreme night vision, because it's able to reflect the IR lights at such a distance that the light beam's not directly on it. And we know that owls have highly developed night vision, and it's actually developed kind of the same way that nocturnal primates are hardwired with their eyes. And so they actually have the same kind of evolutionary track. And if Sasquatch is a nocturnal animal, which it seems to be, they would have highly tuned natural reflective eyes that captures and reflects light, the natural way that animals have evolved to do. So but I find both these clips interesting is the one eye aspect. Now in the first clip that we showed, you can see it slowly opening up, and then it slowly closes its eye. That is very interesting. And I've not made a video on that and it's I've showed it a few times down here on the live broadcast, but people have to find it in between these couple hours long broadcasts because it's kind of exclusive stuff. We're not really releasing yet, but we kind of want to make it known that there is some good video out there that we're waiting on Jason to release his documentary out of good nature and being friends with them and stuff, and having and sharing all this evidence with each other and stuff. So we're trying to do things the right way, but we have some stuff coming down the pipeline that hopefully you guys find interesting. But the second video of whatever it is one eye and looking at, and it appears to duck out of the way at first and close its eye, and we walk up to the spot and we don't hear nothing move, and there needs to be more filmed of this new technology of colored night vision. There definitely needs to be animals filmed with IRs and to see kind of what kind of colors we're going to be getting and what we can expect and look at and compare, so we know that maybe a Sasquatch has certain colors that we can see through this new technology and compare to owls and other stuff. But when me and Jason seen it with our white lights, they appeared to be white, maybe slight blue, but a whitish color. When I looked and seen that, it was red. So, and I could see it reflecting off an IR light that I was using, which is, kind of weird. Usually you can see it reflecting in the camera, but with our normal white lights, we could see the eye shine, and we could see the silhouettes of the massive heads. It's what really caught my attention was, wow, this thing really does have a conical shape, massive pumpkin size, massive size head or bigger. I mean, you're talking huge, and yet it doesn't make a sound as close as they get to you. Yeah, we try to get some good cooperation going, and unfortunately, there is some trolls and shills out there, and people who disrupt and stuff. It's you can see it. It does happen, and because there's people that don't want the secret out. Honestly, there's a lot of cover up and stuff. It's pretty open and blatant. Honestly, it's a lot of trolling and a lot of bull crap. So, so yeah, that was an interesting comparison that I didn't put in any video because I didn't want to that piece of evidence isn't going to be released yet technically, and there's more evidence, there's more to it too. So, but it's a good shot. And these creatures seem to be very stealthy, slowly opening their eyes and doing things that normal animals don't do. I mean, being highly stealthy and thinking about it, tactical, and so it's very interesting. And so you're going to see this one eye stuff a lot in different evidence that we're going to show from what we did and what we do here at the Lost Cryptids. So. It's going to be interesting stuff for people to have to think and look through. So, you're kind of stuck with us, and we're going to be getting some good evidence, hopefully, for the next couple of years to be presented. So, you guys are stuck with us. And like I was saying earlier, we're going to do some invitations and invite other researchers out and go to different spots and do some different stuff. So we can get some good professional evidence and actually cooperation going and actually get people who really want to do this the real way and the right way. And it's going to be fun. So.
Yeah, and oh, wait. forgot about that. Hold on. Yeah, in about a week or two, me and Tyler are gonna go out.
Awesome.
If you want to join us.
Hopefully
Or-
a week or two, maybe. We will see. But in December, sometime in January, I'm going to get back out. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of stuff that has happened, and car troubles and COVID issues actually that we had went through, and everything's
we're
pretty
gonna-
good right now. But
We're gonna go over by Ernie, where Ernie's at, if you can do that.
yeah, maybe. But yeah, I plan to go out and I'll send an invitation, and we're gonna do probably some overnighters and stuff. Just have a big enough fire. And
Well, we're not like camping, but I get what you're saying.
no, in winter and stuff, we're still gonna go out, and I'm gonna be camping. I'm gonna be doing solo stuff. I like to do solo stuff, and I do that a lot. And it's kind of on the fly and stuff, but yeah, we got some winter stuff planned that we're gonna have to set up, and it's probably gonna be something that's gonna take a couple hours to do, to set up a nice survival shelter and nice fire placement, and do it that way, and actually most likely camp on bedrolls and stuff, but have a good enough fire to survive in. But I think the future is bright with the Lost Cryptids Conservatory, and with us and all the individual members. I think we all do a good job and have our own things going for us. And I suspect more evidence is going to come from us, certainly, and hopefully from different parts of the community. So I don't want to toot my horn or anything. I'm excited about it because, I'm happy with the people and what's going on, and the potential and the excitement of the adventure and stuff too. So, being in those intense situations and stuff, and wanting more and better evidence, it is an adventure. So, hopefully we can take you guys for the ride, because that's what we're trying to do. And there's other things we're going to get into in other places and stuff we're going to look, and it's going to be awesome. I think it's going to be really awesome. And so, yeah, we got a lot of years to come, and a lot of stuff that it's going to take some time and stuff, but once everything comes together, it's going to be sweet. So hopefully you like to travel and stuff too, because we'll be eventually going to some places that are just extremely crazy. Yeah, if you wanted to go, but
You're talking to me?
I'm talking to you. Yeah, crazy
Oh, okay.
environments and crazy places that people go missing a lot, and
Oh, great.
and really going to some crazy places, but hopefully with other researchers and even ourselves, and doing some solo stuff. I'm always doing that. Because there's for us to take it to the next level, we need a network, and with professional people, not trolls and these shills and these fake people, and but actually get the job done the right way with an actual work ethic about ourselves, not just a weekend getaway hobby type of aspect and feel, but working and actually trying to get the job done. So so we're going to do that, and I'm excited about it. And there's a lot of places, and there's a lot of reports coming through, actually, and we've got some recent ones. And 2021 was a pretty big year for the Bigfoot world, I think, with the reports that we've seemed to have got here in Michigan and other places, and what researchers have experienced and captured. It's been a very hot year. So I'm feeling hopefully next year will be just as hot. So the data is kind of showing that, and so we're going to present this stuff to you guys, and it is going to take a little longer on the UP stuff, but that's okay, because we want Jason to have a great documentary that drops and releases good without any too much spoilers and stuff. So, but you have a little sneak peek stuff to get your bike going. So Jason's a great guy. He's a good friend, and
Canadian
you're gonna
as
see a
well.
lot of good stuff from him too, honestly, because he is looking for Sasquatch all across Canada, and he will be coming back to the U.S. So you guys there definitely want to watch him and keep an eye out. And so that's Jason Kenzie. He's YouTube is a photojournalist warrior.
Here, I'll do it.
Okay, if you want to do that real quick, I was saying.
Well, I mean, I can't put the link, but I can put what it's called. So hold up.
He has a documentary. His documentary series is Searching for Sasquatch, and they're different titles. And he has them in different streaming platforms. And he adds kind of, some comedy and some life to it and stuff. He's a very lively guy, an adventurous guy, and sometimes it's not too bad to be not so serious all the time. So he was a delight to have in the woods, and his personality is definitely on par to have good interaction with these creatures, as me and him has had the honor to experience, honestly. Because what we experienced on this thing, caught on and filmed, is it's kind of life-changing in some aspects. It's pretty amazing, but we're going to continue on and to get as good as stuff and or better experiences, and hopefully film Photo Warrior. If we could film that during the day, that me and him seen all of it during the day, you would have had amazing footage. So I think it's possible. We just have to continue to push ourselves and do things in a way that in a little bit different ways, and different strategies that we've have been evolving and stuff, and some theories that have been seemingly shown to work out and stuff. So it's good stuff. It's not like this. It's not like what a lot of people are doing. It's not like like finding Bigfoot and stuff and these shows and entertainment wise, but actually doing the work and putting yourself out there in these situations. And it does take them to do the other half of the encounter. So, but we're definitely not entertainment. We don't, far from it. We're trying to do what we do professionally and get the job done. It is hard, but I tell you, if everyone went out with us and anyone decided to do some stuff and really wanted to help us out, and going out there would be the real deal. It's not gonna be entertainment and set at camp for a camp out. It's gonna be in the woods, trekking and looking and having hopefully an experience that happens. And so we got a bright future and stuff. So because we're not going to be afraid to take anyone out, anyone that really wants to experience some stuff, and anyone who really has some great activity that they want us to come check out. We definitely will, if we're able to, and eventually, we want serious people to go out with us and seriously do the work, do the job. Not this weekend hobby stuff. So
Is that it?
Yeah. What do you got to say, James? That was a lot for me to say, and it's been an educational year for myself, and I just have a lot of different stuff to think about and for the future. So what's your plans for next year? What have you thought, and have you really thought about different stuff that can improve on, and maybe I don't know, whatever you got going on in that brain of yours?
I'm just tired.
It's almost 4 hours streaming.
I still have an essay to write.
Oh man,
It's due tomorrow.
hanging out with me on here, man. Dang.
I was only gonna join for a few hours, but plans changed.
Yeah. Hey man, I appreciate you being on here though. You can duck out at any time. I think we'll probably wrap it up. Honestly, 10 more minutes. Whatever. We'll just go for 4 hours. Doesn't matter. It was pretty interesting. We did have that guest on. I thought that
Yep.
was his stories were pretty interesting and his stuff, and his beliefs were a little different than ours. But honestly, we do have to kind of keep an open mind, and there's a lot of weird stuff out there. I've experienced myself, so I can't really cut anyone down for experiencing stuff. But it was awesome to have him on. Sound
It means we got to go to Canada now.
Yeah, and Canada has a lot of stuff, a lot of wilderness, and a lot of weird stuff that happens. So awesome having him on. And, hopefully we'll have open mic a little bit more, and people can come on, and we'll have some different researchers kind of come on here and debate, and anyone can really come on and tell their stories and really be honest about it. But we try to keep the swearing down a little bit, and I don't know, just don't be too crazy about things, I guess, or don't be too wild, and don't have to be kicked off, I guess. Basically, right? Common sense. So don't piss me off, right? I guess that would be a good rule. Is that's common sense and respect, and because we don't swear and stuff openly on the show, even though I do actually swear a lot and stuff, like a sailor. My dad was a Navy guy, and but on here we try to keep it to the minimal because of educational purposes and awareness, and possibly the younger generation kids and stuff watching this, and it's more respectable to convey your words in such a way that you don't need to swear when in certain situations. But cutting back with the boys and having fun, that's a different story. But
Kristen asked, do you swear like a lot? I don't know if that was a question or not, but it seems like it is.
Like a lot. Yeah, I do and stuff. And it's just a way of speaking and stuff. Especially at dumb people driving, man. Or just dumb people in general, like you experience the driving, and man, it's like, you get me swearing on that a little bit, Grubhubbing and all this, and it's so people need to learn how to drive, and surprisingly Michigan has some good drivers compared to other states, so I find that shocking. So yeah.
Say Michigan has good drivers.
I guess that's what I've heard. Is we actually,
I think that's a lot.
Our licensing and stuff is.
No one can drive here. Let's be real.
A lot. Well, if we have a license here, it applies to a lot of states, and.
I meant just like in general, people can't drive. But yeah.
Especially when the first snow hits, which it just snowed here in Michigan for most part of the lower Michigan.
Yeah, there's a lot of snow out there.
So lower Michigan finally got its first snow, I would say. And,
yes, it did.
Yeah. So.
Did you get snow today?
Yeah.
Today got hit a lot hard here.
No, it was perfect because the Sasquatch's routine is going to change and stuff. So now we're not in fall anymore, and we're going to go into winter, and so they're going to be doing different stuff, accessing different places, having different routines. Not really going out as much because of the tracks. They don't want to leave tracks, but weather changes, snow melting, or blizzards, or snow coming in, they'll move because the tracks get distorted. And most average people would be like, oh, it's whatever, not nothing. But still, they're going to have to be active and get food, and there is winter encounters for sure. And I've experienced stuff in winter, and so we'll be going out, layering up, and adventuring out in the freezing cold as it gets colder and colder the next couple of months, and do it overnights and stuff. I think to build up our skills and attune to nature, because that's what it really takes to get to this next level is, you're going to have to be out there during winter. And if you want to experience stuff and stuff happens during winter, you got to be attuned with what happens in nature during winter with the natural animals and everything else. And it's not that hard to keep warm and to dress for it and have a good fire, prepare, and have some survival tools and tents and equipment. So, yeah. Be ready for it, James. I know you it's going to be fun. Yeah, all the way through spring and summer, we're going to be doing some stuff as much as we can. But there's so many spots and so many different places and a lot of other non-Bigfoot related stuff that we're going to explore. So it's going to be a great year, I think. Yep. And explore some of these missing people cases too, because we are going to probably be in some of these areas, and it's a possibility we come across evidence of missing people potentially that it's always out there because there's people never found, and eventually there's evidence found, and it could, you never know. There's a person on Bigfoot Odyssey recently last night that does that cold case stuff, and and is into Bigfoot and stuff, and you never know what you can find. I recently found a skeleton of a deer out there, a nice rack and stuff. So I found a nice shed, I guess you would say, and in a spot that was all tucked away and just in an odd position, I would say. But so when you find missing people, they're in some pretty odd spots and stuff. So you just never know. The more we explore, the more hopefully we can find out on certain stuff. And it is scary to think about, especially how close me and Jason were. And yeah, I can certainly see why people go missing, because in that situation, if something went bad, you're gone. And if we don't leave any evidence behind, they're able to pick us up and to carry us through the woods for miles.
Yeah, the area is not very doesn't have many houses in it, so
no, it's rugged and stuff. And there's missing people all through the Upper Peninsula and all through northern Michigan and even down where we're at, and in Ohio and Indiana and Wisconsin, Canada. There's a lot. Not all of them are Bigfoot related, but there's probably a good possibility that there's some that point. I would say point. And David Politis probably wouldn't say that, and that's okay. But we do know that Sasquatches are real, and we do know that through these native trails, stories that they have kidnapped women and kids and men. They've ate them seemingly, but they've also had better interactions too. So we'll see. I've heard some pretty gruesome stories though of what Bigfoots are doing and have done. So it's always on your mind. But hopefully we can find these good groups and these more curious, calm, cool, and collective interactions.
I don't want to murder you.
Yeah, the ones up north and the ones we've experienced all across Michigan, honestly, in these different spots. It's actually
I know a spot that. Oh, well, I know Bill knows a spot that they're very aggressive in.
Yeah, see, now that is, you got to take more precaution, and what we're trying to do is build up a relationship with whatever you encounter, because when you go back to these areas, if they're going to remember you want them to have a good positive experience and hopefully have some type of respect and potential better interaction, and not you seeing the Sasquatch and then shooting at stuff that you hear later that night.
I wasn't talking about that area.
No, No, I'm not just saying as general
Well, yeah,
experience or anything. You don't want to have bad interaction and then associating that with you and then going back to those areas. So we are trying to build a relationship and get them to recognize us, and we know that they're out there. So, but yeah, there's a bunch of areas we're going to go to. Go to Florida and stuff. Maybe I could talk and see if there's a way to maybe you can get joined on that if you're up to
Say
that.
Florida.
Yeah, I would say Florida. I mean,
I don't really want to go to Florida, but I'm okay with going anywhere else. I just don't like Florida.
All right. I'm just saying.
I mean, Tyler might be interested, but
it'd
not
be
really.
pretty extreme. No doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. It's.
I mean, if it was like somewhere else besides Florida, I'd probably say yes.
On top of the Sasquatch situation, you have alligators and snakes, poisonous snakes.
That's the problem. Yeah, the exotics.
A lot of bugs. Although when we were up there in Michigan, getting eaten up the UP, eaten up by mosquitoes.
Yeah, that was horrible. Oh my God.
That was up there with Florida, or even worse, in some ways. That was pretty bad.
Oh yeah, that's what sucked the most. I had so many mosquito bites. Oh my God.
Yeah, I definitely got peppered way more up in the UP than Florida.
I had more than anybody, I'm pretty sure.
But coming across the different poisonous, we had spiders and stuff that we had seen, and I had seen one black snake, and we did encounter a alligator, and we've seen filmed out different alligators, and we were next to channels and water and swamp, and there's in some stuff that it's dangerous, but that's but they're out there. We did film stuff, that red eye shine, and I actually did film something across the road that will be in another documentary, The Bigfoot Odyssey, along with some other good evidence and interesting stuff. And so that environment is extreme, no doubt. And then, there's the Everglades and stuff, which is even more extreme of an environment with more invasive species and different stuff in there. So Florida is a very extreme environment, and the Sasquatches there are they're very similar. They're very curious. They get very close. They didn't seem hostile at all and stuff, and they did throw rocks and stuff. And they did smack a flashlight at someone's hand with a rock, and it's very interesting that they have the same kind of traits of being very close and of observing humans and following them through the woods and interacting with them in ways and paralleling them and having the ability to be right there where you hear them, and then when people go chase after them, they don't hear it run away. And when stuff's on thermal, we can see it go after it, and it goes behind a tree, and then it disappears because it keeps in line with the tree and just goes back farther. That's what we're guessing, but they do some things that even with the technology of thermals and stuff, it's pretty amazing that they still are able to be undetectable and get away undetected. So but it's not impossible because we do get evidence, and we are getting evidence, so it's not impossible. It's just they're masters of the woods. So
we do have a question from Prairie Fire.
All right. Okay, let's see. I've put it up here. Are there lots of people that are wanting to investigate Sasquatch in your state? I think, it's growing, actually. I think our state is growing with the curiosity along with other states. And there's been people that reach out and stuff to me. And we definitely want to take people out. And, if people want to join our group, it really, they really kind of have to be vetted and have to go out a few times.
Yeah, we'll take them on an initiation like you did to me.
take them on a trial run and make you want to quit when we go out there and see what you got. And there has to be some vetting and stuff because of stuff that we've gone through, and we want to kind of be a certain level of certain way and certain level of doing things, and certain people I could trust to actually be on in the Lost Cryptids Conservatory. So, but in going out and inviting with people and actually doing stuff with researchers, we're pretty open to do. The real ones, the real hardcore ones, the ones that are professional about themselves and not, shills and fakes and frauds, honestly. So there's a lot of that in the Bigfoot community, unfortunately. There's a lot of it. But I think that there's a new wave of people and younger people, James and stuff, and who watched, Finding Bigfoot and watched these newer shows. There was a time where I grew up in the 90s watching stuff that was on sci-fi and Bigfoot and all this stuff and the UFOs. And so there's a lot of newer stuff that got the newer generation interested in coming into this. And I think that they're going to be more professional and going out there and doing things. And being more adventurous and not like some of these frauds that are out there that just sit
doing it for money.
Yeah, do it for money and stuff. I mean, honestly, if we got funding and stuff, we would put that into the equipment and we would actually put that and get the evidence and stuff, and not sit.
I meant like their only goal is to do it for money. So I'm trying to say
the only goal is to do it for money. Exactly. Yeah, that is bull crap, and that's what a lot of people are about, and it's unfortunate, and that causes a lot of drama and crap, and we've experienced some of that stuff, but we learned and grow, and got better stuff planned, so it doesn't matter, and we're not about making money because there's really not making money in this, and but we are going to get evidence and stuff because that's what's important to us, is getting real crap to show you, not some stories, and not presenting and not doing all this. And we might do some future stuff of more conferences and different gatherings and stuff, but we're more about getting evidence and trying to get stuff, because that's what people want to see, need to see, not encounters and stuff that are really good, but I think we're getting to the point to where we need to get evidence associated with what people are experiencing, so we can show people and we can dissect it and look through it and find out what's going on and learn. And so that's what we are at now. Is where we're more about the evidence and stuff, not entertainment and stories and stuff. But I'd like to have guests on, and I was glad the person came on too. And my always advice to everyone is just try to, even on your phone, any kind of video evidence that you're experiencing is going to be better than nothing. So everyone has the ability to take some type of video or audio recording. So whip it out and try to get something so we can go through it. So
yep. Is that
all right?
You wanted to say?
Hey, well, yeah. Anything else you gotta say? Yeah, keep going.
No, I'm good.
I'm good. All right.
Maybe sometime next week if you get time.
Yeah,
we can go live again.
Yeah, we're trying to do this weekly. Seems to be working out. We do seem to be doing a longer show now instead of doing 2 shows a week.
Didn't mean to go this long, but it happened.
No, and we never mean to go this long. It just happens, right? For some reason, we look up here and it's like 3:30, and so now it's 4 hours, 3 hours, and 4 hours.
Yep.
But those who stuck around and are viewing, we did show some good evidence and some sneak peek of stuff that to come in. hopefully we get better and more incredible stuff.
Oh. We're already at the longest video. The longest
I
stream
thought we
of
beat
the
our record. I was like, yeah, I know. This one's
by
gonna be
2 minutes. Yep.
I think one day we'll probably have a 5-hour one. If we had a couple more people on here having a discussion and talking about,
Oh, for sure.
I think for sure we could go 5 hours, and
Maybe longer. Maybe 12 hours.
I don't know. I definitely would have to take a break. Definitely gonna take a break after this. So
Yeah.
no, it's been great. I think we had a good show and excellent people in the chat, and so we'll have a more open mic nights, and we got some people lined up with stuff. I had a cancellation, so actually that's why we just jumped on.
Oh,
and did
who canceled on
mic.
you?
It was actually not a cancellation. It was just we're gonna record. It's not gonna be live. We're gonna record
Oh, who was it?
with Ron Moorhead and.
Oh, you're gonna record it. Okay.
So he, we had to change the day, and then that's no problem. And so we had to come on and do a live show. So it was great. It worked out good. And so thanks, James, for coming on. I appreciate it. Thanks for everyone for watching.
I joined off the link.
Yeah, have fun. Everyone who's watching and takes the time to watch all of this, we really appreciate it. And, we really appreciate it because, we are trying, and I think the future holds that it's going to show that, we are doing the right things the right way and what needs to happen and more professional. I think there's going to be a big difference between people who are going to be the real deal and the people who are doing the same old stuff that's just not working out and not getting in us anywhere. So you guys are stuck with us. So, all right, James, I'll see you probably next week. And then,
if you don't have another thing open, yep, I'll be there.
we'll have some more stuff. We'll have some more live shows and stuff. We're doing it later and stuff because of the kids. But once they go to sleep, it's
Okay.
that's kind of a drag the next morning and stuff with everything that needs to be done. But again, you sacrifice sleep to get this information out and get what we want to have fun and do and build up. It takes a certain sacrifice to make this happen. So we provide you guys content, and hopefully you guys enjoy it. And everything's dictated by the kids, so sometimes we go live at whatever time. Starting out used to be at 7 p.m. and now it's all the way at 11 p.m. and we go way longer now. And
Yeah.
So we've expanded and stuff, and it's ever changing stuff. So thanks everyone for joining. And James, we're gonna have Tyler back on, and it's gonna be great. So
All right. Well, we'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks for joining.
yep. We'll see you guys on the
Tired.
inside.
The Lost Cryptids Conservatory, where we will shatter your reality to bring you closer to the truth.